There we go. Now you can hear me, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, but this is why we do behind the scenes now, so we can definitely check some of these things when we go live. Love to see a lot of you all here. Thank you for joining us today on Living Splitscreen again. This is our behind the scenes section that we do. Have started doing the last few weeks here. We just kind of just talk a little bit in the background. We finished getting some things set up, making sure everything is running smoothly, and yeah, man. So let me make sure that Pong is good. Do a mic check for me, Pong.
Split screen your Saturday morning.
They can hear you. They can hear you now. They can hear you
Oh,
now.
now they can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, so I do this great thing, and then you just. Oh, by the way, they can't hear you.
Yeah.
Do to me this early.
Nah, that's a fact.
Good morning, gamers. Welcome to Living Splitscreen. Man, professional podcasting at its finest. But actually, shout out to Jeff Grubby Grub and Mike Minotti, as always, for giving us the idea, giving Steel the idea to start doing this, because this is a cool way to start the show, I think, because I always enjoyed that about Grub Show. So,
man. I mean,
yeah.
I know podcasting should be like a professional thing, or whatever the case might be, or whatever. But I like bringing some life to it, not just being bland. Thank you. That's mad. And I had to get my coffee in this morning, ladies and gentlemen, because honestly, I had a late start this morning. I'm not gonna lie. Was knee deep in some Division 2, way deeper. Look, man. Okay, so I'll be the first one to openly admit that when there is certain games, because I know I always sit here and say I'm a PvP gamer, I like to play multiplayer games and everything else. I will openly admit there are PvE games that just hit a different note and vibe with you in a different way that pull your attention every time that you end up jumping back in. Now, mind you, for those who are here live, now our audio listeners aren't going to end up hearing this, so I guess this could be like our the beginnings of our Patreon. No. But
wow, setting it up, Steel. I like it, man. Let's get it set up. Yeah,
I'm just saying. No, but so audio listeners are going to hear this. So for you guys that are listening live, we jumped back into some Division 2. Then there was a new update that came out. Season 9 came out Thursday, and man, the last time we jumped into Division, I was still on my 1X. The guys had got their Series X's and everything, and I believe what was that like?
That was after the update, so that was late 2020. That was right after the launch, I think, when they announced the update.
Was it?
Or was that following spring? Maybe
I think it had to have been somewhere. Maybe, but somewhere around there. But either way, so it's been quite some time, at least a year since we've played Division. I would say for sure. So I didn't get that chance to play on a series console at the time. And, you know, the guys were clamoring like, oh, man, this game feels completely different. And I was like, oh, yeah, you know, I can imagine. I've seen it. I've played Division on PC, so I know how it feels, right? But I didn't mind it, because when you're running with your guys, you're running with a squad, you're running with some buddies, you can make sacrifices for certain things, right? When you're having a good time, Division is one of those you could definitely do. But I know some people are having more issues. Some people were talking with me about it the other day, saying, "Oh man, the last time I played, I tried to play it on the 1X. It was choppy and things weren't loading in." And I was like, "I mean, I can see that. I didn't experience none of that, but I can see that." But man, when I tell you on the Series X, and more than likely on the Series S too, this game, man, the way the Snowdrop engine has just aged over the years, especially when you comparing like the Division, even the first Division holds up really well.
But fine wine, baby.
When you jump into Division 2, bro, and you're just running through the map, like the first thing, of course, you blatantly notice, and this is why I just can't settle for 30 FPS anymore, and why I can't just allow people to settle for it, is that feeling of double the frame rate and visual fidelity being put in your face and being extremely noticeable. There's no better feeling than that. And especially with a Division having that third person over the shoulder combat, that is, the shooting is on point. I jumped into a little bit of PvP, which was a mistake, because I wasn't ready for that, right? You just don't jump back into a game for a day and be like, yeah, let me get into the PvP real quick.
Not with the Division 2 sweaties, my friend. Not with those meta builds out there, bro.
They were going crazy, man. So I ended up doing a little bit of research. So now, because to be honest with you, man, when I jumped back in, whatever I did last time, I did right. So I'm trying to leave that alone, but now I'm trying to work a little bit more towards a little bit more of a PvP build that can get built up. So I know Pong doesn't feel the greatest about the Dark Zone, but I want to be able to run some people in there, because there is more gear to be found in the Dark Zone. Kind of take advantage of what I missed out on the last time we played, right? So that's the main thing, man. But it's been a freaking good time. So you're gonna have 2.5 hours of just raw gameplay. Me maybe tweaking with some settings. I am playing on, again, the Xbox Series X. So look, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the Division, come check it out. With the new update, they added proficiencies, they've added some new armor sets, they've added, I think they've added some weapons too. They've added some more bounties and things. They've added nothing major. It's not like, oh, there's a whole nother expansion. No, but they've added little things to make it like extremely enticing. I'm talking about me and Pong, Pong more so brought this up last night, that every level that we were playing, we were leveling up from something. And that was, again,
good feeling.
We're in an era now, like I know people try to compare it back in the day, oh, well, people just play games to play games. And it's like, well, now, unfortunately, we have been kind of trained, and I do put that on Call of Duty. I will put that blame on Call of Duty.
That dopamine hit, man.
That Call of Duty has done that leveling up, prestiging, causing that like that feeling. You know what I'm saying? But there's just something about when you're playing something, you're constantly leveling up something. It doesn't have to be anything major, but now they have, for example, the proficiencies. So now the gear that you're wearing, you build a little bit more, kind of like a rapport or like a relationship with the build that you're getting. So you get those fine details in. So now when you're using the gun, over time, now your gun becomes stronger because you're proficient with that gun. You use it all the time. Armor is the same thing. The more you use it, the more proficient you are with it. So you get some additional stats and things. I think that's a welcome addition to what's going on in the Division right now. To also hear that the bigger team got pulled off and that a smaller team is now supporting the Division. Again, something like we've seen with other live service games. I know Battlefront 2 is another major one that has done something very similar. Fixed those early issues that they had with the game feeling like it was pay to win. And when they adjusted that, they pulled the big team off and let the small team just continue to support it. And look, the game ended up being better than, way better than it could have been ever imagined to be at release for sure. But a year after, people still love Battlefront 2. So
we can dive into that a little bit during the main show too, Steel, about how the game that Ubisoft has been looking for and wasting their time trying to find is right in front of them the whole entire time, but they're too stupid to realize it. So maybe we'll talk about that during the main.
No, I think we should talk. That might be an opening topic for sure.
Yeah.
Because I definitely want to get that conversation out to our audio listeners too. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be going live here in the next 2 minutes. Let me shout out to some of the people that are here with us right now, though, because, man, you guys show up on a week-to-week basis, and I do see some new faces in here also. So, and Gogo Poe, hopefully I'm saying your name right. Let me know if I'm saying it wrong. I'm a stickler about getting people's names right. He said, is the update for Division 1 or 2? It is for the Division 2.
Division 1 has been updated. It does run at 60 frames, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you want to hop back to Division 1, you can go back to Division 1 and play it. It's actually just as smooth as Division 2 is. It's just Division 1. Yeah,
it's just Division 1.
But they are only adding these seasons to Division 2, right? That's what they're focused on right now. So
right.
They're not.
And Cycle, you bring up I think Ray Oid brought up another good point. I'm surprised they haven't dropped this in the Game Pass. And to be completely honest with you, if Ubisoft Plus comes, that's going to be one way, of course, but I do think that there might be one more big expansion or hoorah for Division 2 before they move forward.
Before Heartland comes out?
I think. I don't have any basis on that. I just kind of makes sense.
We're going to talk about it because, man, there's a lot.
There's a lot done around there. We'll definitely.
But it's only, the whole entire game's only $15, just so you guys know.
That is true. So I mean, people say people don't buy games. Games $15.
$15. Hey, if you haven't played Division 2, but you're a Division 1 fan or whatever the case, look, you'll get your money's worth for $15 out of Division 2. I can guarantee you that.
That's 100%.
Yeah, 100. Even if you run it solo.
Yeah, even if you run it solo, it's a good time.
Yeah.
All right, so Jacob Novick, Brandon Barnes, Awful Grim Bones, Mysuko, Doom Reaper. Oh, excuse me, Ray Oid. What's going on? Rescue Squad Cult. Nix, he said it that dab. Psycho, what's going on? Wandering Dutch. What's popping, my guy? Six Slayer, Andrew Cullinane. What's going on? Tony Grasso, Jordan Luke, the bearded one, HR Bummer. Victor Click
It's
was
just
popping.
the beard. That's all it is.
Oh, just the beard? My fault.
The
beard. Okay, my fault. We also got I said Victor Click. Shout out to you, my guy. Hopefully you're not drinking too early, and hopefully if you're at work, we can keep you entertained. Stanley Francois. What's going on, man? It's been a minute since you've been here from the jump from the show. I know you always get in here at some point, man. Definitely appreciate you coming out on a week-to-week basis, man. It's a Dammer version 2. Remember that. Shout out to you, my guy. Gogol Poe was popping. Who else we got in here? Shout out to Ray Ord. VJ. Hey, look. VJ's the man with the plan. VJ's
in here. VJ, what's going on, brother?
He's definitely an intellectual that you got to listen to, man. He has a lot of good information, a lot of good knowledge. I've been messing with him since the beginning of me jumping into this community, since I first heard him have a conversation. And I know he may sound like he's getting deep and philosophical on you guys sometimes, but I'm telling you, if you listen and you pay attention, he's dropping knowledge that you can definitely walk away with something. Telling you, every time that I listen to that man.
VJ was an inspiration to me, man. That's no joke. When I started listening to podcasts, because VJ comes, again, that's what Steel and I always talk about, right? Different perspectives.
Different angles,
having different voices out here. And VJ is a unique voice in this space 100%. Where you can hear a lot of the samey stuff.
Right.
You can get a totally different perspective from VJ, and he comes from the industry. People forget all of that VJ worked in this industry. He gets it from a totally different side of things. Sales, marketing, that's where VJ background is in video games. So guess what? He's worked with a lot of companies out there that we all know and love. Man comes with, like Steel said, some real big knowledge bombs when he's absolutely expounding upon whatever the topic is. Love VJ to death, man.
Yeah, 100%. Nothing but love and nothing but appreciation to you, my guy. Keep doing your thing. Don't ever feel like you're ever of a burden or anything else for spitting facts the way that you do, man. I just want to show some love real quick. Who else we got in here? We got Black Card Day. What's going on? Shout out to VJ, Fat Boy Hara. What's going on? Fahim Scott. What's going on, man?
Scott, yeah.
And ladies and
Masuko?
gentlemen,
You got Masuko.
I did get Masuko. Yes, I got him earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, if there was anybody that I missed that are in the chat, please let me know so I can shout you out when we go live. We are now going live. So let me get this set up for us really quickly as Pong yells at everybody.
As I yell at everybody? Why am I yelling at everybody?
Because you're sick of theirs. No, I'm playing.
Is that type of morning? I know I don't have my powder this morning, but
no, it's not that type.
Yeah, no pre-workout this morning, people. So I'm on the coffee. So I got to get some more pre-workout, but the coffee's gonna do fine. I got 4 shots of espresso in here, so we'll be all right.
4 shots, 8 guns. All right.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 3, 2, 1, and we are going. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, those who are live and those are listening on the back end with the audio file, I have to introduce you to episode 56 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show with your guys, Steel and Pong. But not only that, I do have to let you know we are brought to you by the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Shout out to all the wonderful gentlemen that support us and hold us down and just represent us in the best light, as I would personally say. And hold on, man, as I'm doing this intro, I just have to say, whether you're on audio or whether you're listening live, there's just something about that song that every time that it comes on, it just does something to me. It just really does. If there was any doubt that I had in my mind, that song comes on and I'm just like, okay, now we're back into it. And maybe it's the Prince vibe, maybe it's the 80s vibe. Look, I didn't come from the 80s, right? But I did grow up with a lot of that, with a lot of the music, a lot of the movies. So I do have those references to pull from. And the Color Purple and Purple Rain are some of the greatest movies that have ever come out. But with that being said, again, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. Otherwise, I Steel Rain. The T is a 7. Wherever you have a search bar at, if you want to search me up real quick, you will find me. I guarantee that. But we do have some Division 2 gameplay running for you all today in the background for those who are just tuning in on the live side, and then on the audio side. Sorry that I can't give you some visual representation as far as what you're seeing, what the beautiful people get to see today, but hopefully you get to check us out on YouTube at Living Splitscreen. Give us a like, give us a follow, share it out with some people, and catch the content there, because one thing that I will always say about the gameplay that I host here, it is live, raw, and uncut directly from me, the guy Steel Rain. Hopefully me and Pong could get something going on, because I think it would have been really dope if we were playing the Division and if I was able to capture your side and we had that real true split screen thing. Yep. I think that would have been fun, like super fire. And that's something we can definitely look into for like the future Living Split Screen. I think that is going to add so much depth to not only the show, but just representation for gaming and everything. This is going to take us in a completely different direction. But that's enough of me. And we'll get into a little bit about what I've been playing here recently, if one of them isn't completely obvious. But I gotta pass it off to the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Man himself, my guy, my brother from another Pong Steel. What's going on, bro?
Oh man, Steel. I love these intros, bro. This is what I look forward to on Saturdays. Gamers, thank you all for showing up, whether you are here live or whether you are in the future. We love you all the same. Look, spring has sprung, Steel. Yes. I finally, up here in the Midwest, Minnesota, finally, we are done with the winter. Finally, there's no more 30-degree nights. Finally, it is 60, 70, even hitting 80 this past week. But nice. with spring comes the rains, good sir, and the rains and the storm clouds. And that's what we got this week. Got some storm clouds that moved on into the gaming industry. Yeah. But you know what? Yeah. After the rain comes, look, April showers bring May flowers.
You can't act like you didn't come on this week on PM in the PM and come with Funeral Pong.
I did. I did.
Whether you're live on the audio files or the back end, bro, you need to go check this out. PM in the PM Thursdays, bro. Pong had me rolling. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. We're definitely gonna talk about it, but Lord,
speaking of Prince, you know how much I love the man. I'm from Minnesota, man. Grew up in the 80s. My aunt used to go see Prince live downtown every weekend before he blew up.
Damn.
So look, I got history with Prince, and I repurposed Let's Go Crazy's intro for my morning session on PM in the PM. So do go check that out. It was fun. But yeah, no, April showers bring May flowers, Steel. So those showers, we got a lot to look forward to as well. But we're going to talk about those storms that hit this week for sure. Otherwise, what have I been playing? Well, I'm getting on a new schedule, so no more late night gaming for me. So this is new. So I kind of, my gaming got trimmed down during the week here. And so, but I jumped into Trek to Yomi some more. Had to get on that. That was last weekend into early week. So I got through 3 chapters of Trek to Yomi. Absolutely loving it. Still playing some Sniper Elite, still playing some NBA 2K22, of course, as always. And then I hopped back into Steel. Not only did I hop back into Division 2 with you guys last
Right.
night, finally, I had to re-download it again.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I looked at my hours. I sent Steel a
did.
screenshot in Division 2. Look,
I don't even know how much time I got in Division.
Steel just had his whole little Division 2 talk about how great it is. Look, yes, this game is worth it, but I knew I had some hours in Division 2. But I didn't know how many. I went last night. I got 600 hours in. Okay.
Yeah, mind you, you don't typically dive that deep into games, man.
No, I don't. So that was shocked me. So, but I also dived back into Diablo 2 Resurrected, running it offline, just my solo character, my assassin, and man, am I having a great time again with Diablo 2. Started to get those old feels now that I got my build starting to set up. I got her skills up. And again, I never ran assassin before. So for me, it's kind of a whole new experience too. Because normally I run sorcerer, right? Sorceress. That's normally what I run. That's my online one, by the way, because I went back to her because I just love magic.
Yeah.
So this is a new experience. But man, that game is awesome. So I got back into Diablo 2 because it's a quick jump in, jump out. I can jump out anytime I need to. It saves. I don't lose anything. It's not a big problem. So it's easy for me when I got these early nights during the week. So yeah, that's what I've been doing, Steel. But man, Division 2 last night. Yeah, brother. Every time that we jump into this game, it's just one of those, again, that just you get into it and you're like, God, this is so good, man.
Why is this so addicting?
What are you doing, man? Yes, even though I know a lot of people say, all the enemies are just giant bullet sponges. Yes, they are. But you want to know something? Now, I'm not going to go on about this because Steve already went on about this.
We'll get it. We're going to get into
it. Yeah, we can get into it a little bit, but I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say this. The Snowdrop engine is absolutely gorgeous. We've praised that engine here. We've talked about this on other shows. Snowdrop engine is absolutely incredible. Ubisoft has a freaking franchise building engine on their hands over there. Because again, just go play this game and you'll understand why. The details are impeccable. But the AI is some of the best AI you will find in a PvE. Now, it helps that they're bullet sponges because they can survive for longer, right? So they can get more movement, right? But they're flanking you. Again, this is one thing you catch you when you don't play Division 2 for a while and you jump back in. It's one of the things that catches you off guard because most games cannot get the AI correct. There are games out there with good AI, like Gears. Some of the early Gears games, great AI, right? You had to watch,
especially in the harder difficulties.
Yeah, in the harder difficulties. You jump in Division 2 and you haven't been playing for a while, you forget how damn smart those AI are, and all of a sudden you are outflanked. All of a sudden you didn't realize there was two dudes sneaking behind cars to the left. They're now all of a sudden behind you, and you're like, how the hell did you get behind me? What the hell's going on? Bro, love the AI. And then the sound effects. Let me tell you something. Battlefield, and again, whatever. We're not talking about Battlefield 2042. I'm just talking about Battlefield, the series in general, is known for some of the best sound effects when it comes to guns,
100%.
Comes to overall environment. Division 2 is on that level. Those individual guns all have unique, realistic sound effects. Everything from the click clack when you're reloading to those shells dropping, just to the individual sounds of the guns themselves. When you got the headphones on, you got that 3D audio going on, is absolutely phenomenal. And then even like some of the talking AI, again, Steve was laughing because one of them, what, fuck you, or whatever the case it was. The AI is hilarious in that game too. Just incredible work by those guys over at Ubisoft, because again, it holds up, Steel. It really does hold up. It's amazing to jump back into it. So yeah, no, that's been my week, Steel. What you been getting down to playing outside of Division 2, sir?
So for me, before the Division 2 update that came out on Thursday, I've been jumping in and out of, because I've still been playing Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt. So I've still been trying to get that in off and on. I have been playing Halo Infinite pretty consistently, off and on. But the main kind of, not necessarily gripe, but the main thing that I've been into, and it's been hard because I like to listen to podcasts. There's multiple things I like to do at the same time, but I've been getting back into Arkham City. So because I'm trying to go ahead and finish that series, because I haven't played Arkham Origins, I want to play Arkham Origins so I can understand what WB Montreal can can be capable of. Again, it's the one that came out before Night, so I know a lot of people go to Night, but you can't use Night as a direct reflection. I mean, we could if it was Rocksteady putting out Gotham Knights, but they're not. Rocksteady's putting out Kill the Justice League, right? Isn't that the game that they're putting out?
Yes.
So we won't see another one of their iterations, and their game does look like something different than the Arkham Knight series, which were people were assuming that Gotham Knights was maybe going to be. I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting. I was expecting like an Arkham style game, and that's what I got out of Gotham Knights. So that's what kind of gets me excited for it, along with the costumes and everything. But so I've been trying to get back into Arkham City because I do want to get into Arkham Origins so I can get a better understanding of the type of potential I can see out of in Gotham Knights. Again, I know it's not going to be lackluster, but I do want to get that experience for myself. I know Arkham Origins is apparently one of the weaker Arkham games, so I do want to see where that perspective comes from too. And again, since I haven't played those games, I always like to try to at least base it off my own opinion, not just what other people feel. And it's because of my genuine interest, though, right? Of course, anybody can watch a video and be like, "Yeah, it's trash compared to this." That doesn't tell me anything, though. I want to know why. Right? Especially if I'm already having a good time with it. Again, we talk about it all the time here, that Arkham Dance, and that's what has me extremely excited about Gotham Knights. They seemingly hit all the right notes. Again, I don't think it was presented very well, but we will talk about that in the beginnings of the show too. But so that's been really it. So Halo, Blood Hunt, getting back into the Division, and then also Arkham City. So that's kind of my rotation right now. Trying to get just geared up for the summer and everything. Just kind of clear some of this backlog, man, right? But with that though, let's see what's going on here. I'm just looking at some side things here, make sure everything is running as intended, because it looks like we dropped some frames there, but it's perfectly fine. Everything should catch up with us on the back end. With that, man, I think it's time for us to get into the upcoming games, so we can at least get that out of the way, so we can get into our some of maybe earlier topics, some things that we may end up going into some deep holes about, because we do. Speaking of the Division, we did. I made a comment last night that I think the Division has the potential to be the third-person Destiny that maybe a lot of people are looking for. And again, that kind of tied into what we feel with the support and everything else, and Ubisoft not seeing what they're looking for is in front of their face. But there's a conversation that we'll have here in a minute. But Pong, man, let's get into these upcoming games and show the people what's going to be expecting to release here within the next week. I think that's gonna be the next week after. I was gonna say I think Sniper Elite 5 comes out this week.
No, not yet.
That's the following.
That's my birthday week, man. That's my birthday week. So no, not yet. I get to stay a little bit younger for at least another week here, man. So that's good.
And Fahim says Arkham Origins is really good. So it's like, again, you have those two opposites, man, which is why I want to find out for myself, because I'm already having. You don't have to convince me to play Batman. Iron Man and Batman are like two of the same people to me, right? Batman, side tangent. Batman has more of the combat ability that Tony doesn't have outside of the suit, right? But Iron Man is smarter than Bruce Wayne, right? That is facts, 100%. And they both have advantages of each other. Again, you can say I have a thing for guys in suits, which I mean it's not false. I mean,
pause. Is your wife there right now?
Resume. But no, that's just think that's funny. But it's an interesting take. But again, it just shows me, and I want to tell you guys again, if you have interest in something, play it because you have interest, or dive into it because you have interest. That's what your passions are supposed to be, right? That's what your hobbies are supposed to be, right? You don't just magically become a car guy one day and be like, you know what? I all of a sudden care about my Honda Accord, or I all of a sudden care about my Volkswagen Golf, or it just doesn't happen that way.
It could happen, Steel. Come on, never say never. Never say never.
It could, but it always derives from somewhere, right? You had some interest for it beforehand. It just didn't be like all of a sudden, now you're into, I don't know, gardening. I can, but there had to been some interest there for you to just kind of dive into it, right? It's driven by your own your own interest more so than anything else,
I
not
agree.
somebody else's.
Yeah, I agree.
But
no doubt. Hey, shout out to Spooky Sprocket, who's going to bed out there in Australia. So shout out to you, Spooky, for jumping here and saying hi, brother. Miss you. It's been a while since we spoke, man. So yeah, good to see you, brother, and have a great sleep, man, for sure. Thanks for jumping in here. Let's see.
All right.
Oh, General Spartan says he's jumping back into AC Valhalla. Well, good for you, sir. I have to do that at some point.
I've been debating it, especially because I mean the stuff for that Ragnarok for Assassin's Creed Valhalla it was really looking dope. I don't know. I don't want to say that the game is just maybe too easy for me, and maybe that's why I lost my attention with it, or maybe just the game was too long. I'm kind of leaning towards the side maybe the game was too long, because again the game is beautiful. It does things really well. The Assassin's Creed Valhalla is a good game. Is it Assassin's Creed like I would want? No, it's not. It's not the Ezio collection. It's not the first is 2 Assassins. It's not none of that. You know what I'm saying? But it does what it represents really well. And it's a fun time. Maybe it's just not for me. But I might give it another shot some point down the road. Again, I have like over 120 hours in AC Valhalla, so I might jump back into it. But
at some point,
I have this thing now. It's just like if it's not pulling me, it's not pulling me.
Right.
I'm not going to force myself to play it. It's kind of how, again, another side tangent before we get into the upcoming games. It's kind of how I felt about Zero Dawn 2, where I tried to put myself into it 3 times, and I love the world. I loved everything. You know, I loved the way the story was going, but it just didn't hit the right notes for me, man. Right? Like, I don't know. And I feel like forcing yourself to play a game that you genuinely aren't enjoying. Like when you're playing something, when you're doing something, and you end up looking at the time. That's how you kind of know it's not necessarily it, right?
You know, like I said, The Witcher 3 for me is that one, right?
See,
have it as people have it as the greatest game of all time. It's by a developer that I respect, that I love. Cyberpunk 2077 is one of my top 10 games of all time, is now firmly supplanted there. But The Witcher 3, it should be everything that I want in a game. It's everything that I would want. If you asked me to write down my fantasy RPGs, right, outside of like a Skyrim, that's exactly what I want from the game. But that combat system draws me out. But I'm going to give it one final shot when the new patch, and that's it. So
I'm definitely my first time, and let's see. Let's hope it pulls me the way that a lot of people say that it does. Again, shout out CD Projekt Red. Me and Pong are completely different side of the fence. Again, we can also be honest and say that the game shouldn't have came out the way that it did, but they know how to make a good game.
They do.
Like I don't know.
They know how to make characters, man. Character development. You're up there.
I want to see why people clamor for Witcher 3 the way that they do. So I'll find out when that update drops. I won't find out until then, because that's when it'll probably have that interest. And even then, it'll depend on what's out. Right?
Yeah. Because I don't finish games, so I don't have a problem, right? I don't need to finish games, so for me, it's easier to drop because I'm like, whatever. I got 100 other games.
Yeah. Try. And for me, it's like scratching at me. It's like, hey, Steel.
Yeah, exactly. For Steel, it's totally different. Shout out to Fastback who dropped in here, brother Chris. Awesome to see you, man. It's been a while. Thank you for dropping here. Muppet1169. Awesome to see you. Jigga J is in the house. Thank you, sir. Go Pole. Is in the house. Go Pole. Yeah, there we go. Good to see you as well. So I think we got everybody that's jumped in here recently. So appreciate you all being here this morning on this awesome Saturday. Look, we gotta get in these games, upcoming games here. It's a short list this week.
Let's get them out the way, man. Let's get them out of the way.
Some decent ones in here, actually. And I'm going to surprise you a little bit here, Steel.
Okay.
Right out the gates.
What you surprising me with, man? What's going on?
Umurangi Generation.
Ooh.
Umurangi Generation. Now listen, folks. I had no idea what this game was. None. All of a sudden, it showed up in coming to Game Pass, and you could download it. I did not know why this was showing up. I'm like, what is this? Right? I'm like, what is this? Okay, it's got some anime characters. I'm like, okay, cool. I like my fair share of anime. Cool, awesome. But I'm like, what is this? Is this a JRPG? What is this? So I go and watch the video, the trailer. Look, any of you folks out there who are addicted to photo mode, like I am
Oh
in
yeah.
video
Damn.
games, they made a whole game about taking pictures within an anime, like a yeah. No, this
That's
game
really
is
what
legit.
this is. That's funny.
This is really what this is, Steel. This is you have objectives. You're in this city. It's a super. It's a how do I want to describe this? It's a minimalistic type anime,
Okay.
graphics wise. So you got to go watch it for to have that make sense, right? You got to go watch the trailer to have that make sense. It's a
Okay.
more minimalistic. It's not some anime like detailed world like
Whatever,
anything
yeah.
that we watch, right? It's more minimalistic. But you actually have to go around taking pictures. You could take pictures of anything you want to, but they give you objectives. You got to take certain shots, all that kind of stuff. They give you all the filters, all the control that you get in photo modes. And then when you complete objectives, you earning money and you earn new camera tech, which increases your photos.
That's crazy.
You know how fast I pre-downloaded this thing? You know how fast I was watching this video. I'm like, oh shit. All right. Yep. Let's do this. I'm downloading it. So Umurangi Generation. Again, if you have Game Pass, no risk whatsoever. Go check it out. Again, who knows? But this is the kind of cool stuff. This is from Original Digital, is called a developer. They also are the co-publisher with Playism. No idea who these folks are, but guess what? This has been out on PC since 2020. Came out on Switch on June of 2021. I never heard a thing about it.
Yeah.
And now it's coming to Xbox Series and Xbox One. I don't see PlayStation listed. Like, this is one of those games that back in the day would have gone straight to PlayStation, never seen Xbox. I kind of like it. I don't know if Xbox, again, for Game Pass, must have fronted the money, so they made the Xbox version first.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it, man. These are the types of weird, wacky type of games that I'd love to see coming to Xbox that PlayStation has been a home to for a very long time. Yeah. Diversity. So again, not going to be for everybody, right? Steel's not downloading this. Okay, Steel's not downloading this. But there are fans out there like me who looked at it and said, damn, this is cool. I'm going to try this thing out. So yeah, Umurangi Generation coming out this week.
That's funny.
May the 17th. Yeah, no, I had to get that one. I had to give it a little flavor because we've only got a few games this week. So
hey, I like it, man. Damn,
yeah,
I wasn't expecting it. Damn, that's
yeah,
nice.
I know. I was told you I was gonna surprise you. And then we've got Vampire the Masquerade.
Speaking of
not Blood Hunt, which we should have, but again, Sony ponied up the money, so guess what? That was pun intended too, by the way. Listen, Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song is coming. Now, this is listed as an RPG. This is the narrative, very narrative heavy version of Vampire the Masquerade. Again, Vampire the Masquerade is a huge overall product. Okay, they've got books. I believe they've got tabletop gaming for the Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah, you told me
there are cosplayers out there that role play this live. Like Vampire the Masquerade, for people who don't know, is like an underground, like really kind of big hit in a lot of ways into a lot of people. It's not known by a lot of people, but it's out there. Like Vampire, I've been hearing about Vampire the Masquerade for a long time. But this is that narrative-driven version. So it's all pretty much story-based. There's some investigation mechanics. You got to make some decisions. You got to question people, all that kind of stuff. But it is the story version. But if you're looking for that type of game, you want to know about Vampire the Masquerade and kind of get into the characters and the story, go check this one out because Swan Song is looking actually really cool. I've watched some of the preview videos on it. The story is really, they do bring in some really good writers to work on this game. Some of it can be kind of campy, B-movie style, but some of it's really good too. Yeah. So definitely go check this out. It's looking good. It's not something I personally, even though I like the idea and I love vampires and I like the idea of it, I wouldn't pay full
not
price.
Doing enough.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I just don't know if I do it day one, like day and date, like it's if it goes on sale at some point, for
like you remember 50%, that other
I might jump in.
Remember that other vampire game that came out? There was just like It was like vampire with a. It was like with
Oh,
a Y.
Vampire.
Vampire. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, when I picked that up on sale, and I still got to get back to that too. I've got about 25, 30 hours into that game. That game is actually really underrated. It's
I've been
jank.
wanting to. It's janky.
It's double A. It's
Okay,
double
okay.
A. So if you again, Steel, I know you're different than me. I enjoy the jank and I don't mind that double A feel, but there's some really cool mechanics in that as far as vampire stuff that you don't see in a whole lot of other games where it's more arcade-ish style vampire.
Okay.
This is more realistic, but no, the game is cool. Skill trees are, I mean, it's an RPG, so it's set up properly. I really like Vampire.
Do you think the Masquerade series or just Vampire the Masquerade should probably take that kind of a route to kind of pull more attention?
They could. I think they're trying with the Blood Hunt to try to get that BR crowd invested into it. But there was that other game too, right? That's been transferred that was supposed to be coming out. There's another game that is supposed to be an RPG still, and it's been transferred from studio to studio. Who took it over last year? Was it THQ Nordic? Somebody over
that would be Embracer.
I'm pretty sure somebody over Embracer took it over. They moved it around because the studios were having problems. It was in development hell, but somebody new does have it. Look up Vampire the Mask.
Is it called Bloodlines?
Yes, Bloodlines. Thank you.
Okay. It says right now Paradox Interactive is working.
Paradox took it over. One of my favorite fucking strategy studios, right? So there we go. Paradox has got it.
Unless this is the older. Unless this is the older game.
No, Bloodlines. No, Bloodlines is the one. Bloodlines 2, maybe. God damn, terrible. So many games out there right now. It's like insane to keep track of this stuff, especially ones that were supposed to be out. This game was supposed to be out. Yeah, Bloodlines 2.
Yeah, it said, is it ever coming out? It was originally set to release in 2020. Bloodlines 2 will now release sometime in 2021, and we still haven't seen it.
Right. It's published by Paradox because it got in development hell, and they actually pulled it from the studio. Some people thought it was going to turn into vaporware.
It says
and
it's
then
out.
they came. Emperor Bloodlines 2 is not out.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Still. It said. Yeah. No. It says it was supposed to be released in 2021. And the game still has not released yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
Damn.
No, I would have known about that because I was looking forward to that. That's the one I really wanted to jump into.
Yeah, damn. This game is going through some stuff right now. But currently, they have it listed. I'm looking at the Steam page right now. They have it listed as the developer and publisher is Paradox Interactive.
Okay, so Paradox pulled it back and took over themselves, which is good. Paradox is awesome. Hopefully, they can get it straightened out because it was a mess. Yep. So but go check out Vampire. Oh God, Vampire. I got Bloodlines on my mind. I can't speak. Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song. There you go. Go check that out. And then finally, the last one that I've got on the list here is Dolmen. Now, Dolmen is interesting, Steve. I don't know if you've looked into this one.
I have, and I've seen some things about this, and I am quite interested in what they're putting down. I am quite interested. I'm not gonna lie.
Sci-fi.
It looks a little janky though, from what I've seen.
Yeah, it's developed by Massive Work Studio, published by Prime Matter, but this has got some little bit of steam going. I've seen some people really posting about this on Twitter and stuff. It keeps popping up. Listen, it's a Souls, and I'm using this because they themselves have used it.
Yes.
Okay. So again, the Souls comparison is overused. It is ridiculous. Even on this show here with me and Steel, we do it too much. I do too much. Listen, they purposely did it that way. So it's sci-fi Souls in a Lovecraftian world. Okay. So if you can imagine all that together, mix mash, that's what you're going to get. So you're going to get laser guns, you're going to get suits, you're going to get all that kind of stuff in a Souls-like adventure action game, right? So go check out the videos if you've not checked out Dolmen. Some of it looks really good. Again, for me, the Souls thing is like
it's enticing to me.
It looks cool.
It's definitely enticing to me. I'm definitely highly interested in it. It did look a little janky. So I don't know. And that was some time ago that I've seen some gameplay of it. It might have been about a year old, maybe more at this point. The gameplay that I saw originally, and it did look a bit off. Again, it looked a little double A-ish for sure, but not to say that that's a bad thing, but it also, again, it does take that futuristic kind of style to it. So when we say Souls, Dark Souls, again, Soul style, not to be taken to an extreme, but I mean, they put that out there. It's what I got from the gameplay that I've seen. That is exactly what it is. That kind of style, one-on-one action, enemies coming at you. So I think it's gonna be an interesting game, man. And again, I'm into this kind of thing. It's a guy in a suit, so you know, I'm probably
guy in a suit. Feels all about it. Still gets hot and heavy for the guys in suits.
Well, I mean, it's the girls in suits too. I like Samus. Samus is a good character. It's something about that gun. There's something, you know, there's something else that I find, like, finding out that Samus was a girl was like a revelation to me.
Oh, back in the day, for sure.
Yeah.
When that came out, it was like,
girl? I was like, damn.
What? Well, I mean, again, people go, why is that crazy? Because nowadays we're used to that. It's like no big deal. But back in the NES days, that was like, what? You just didn't see that in the NES days, right? So
it was just
for all of us kids too, when we found that out, it was like, holy cow!
It's super dope because it's a dope character, man. Like, especially when you go into, if you've played Metroid Prime, maybe some of you newer guys haven't jumped into that. But Metroid Prime was a really good game, man, especially for a first person.
Hey, that's why everybody wants the number 2, and it's not here yet.
Nah, it's probably gonna be a while.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just checking Xbox Wire real quick to see if there's anything else interesting out there that was coming. End Zone: A World Apart is coming May 19th. A post-apoc. Bro, this is why I need pre-workout, because my brain is not functioning properly. Okay, a post-apocalyptic survival city builder where you start a new civilization with a group of people after a global nuclear disaster, build them a new home, and ensure their survival in a shattered world threatened by constant radiation, toxic rain, sandstorms, droughts, and raiders. End Zone: A World Apart, May 19th, optimized for Xbox Series X and S. Obviously a sim game, building game. You know what it's going to look like. I don't have to tell you anything. That's coming out. Let me see if there's anything else. Is this coming to PC, or this is coming to Xbox too. Steel, I was going to tell you about this. Yeah, no, I was going to tell you about this behind the scenes, and I completely forgot this week with all the freaking Starfield news and everything else. I was going to tell you to go check this out. Hey, everybody, go check out this game in the store when you got a chance, called Deadcraft. It's under the upcoming game section. This caught me completely off guard, okay? Completely 100% off guard.
All one word, Deadcraft?
Deadcraft, all one word. Okay, so obviously Deadcraft, you know it's got crafting in it, right? So you got to craft stuff, whatever else. The action combat, for those of you that remember, and we've talked about them, I've gone back when I picked up Lollipop Chainsaw. Okay, when I picked up Lollipop Chainsaw, I talked about the devs, right? And so it's so crazy. I'm trying to gather my thoughts because I totally forgot this game was coming out this soon here. What do I want to say here? Okay, so there's a certain action style that Grasshopper manufacturer was known for back in the day. Okay, Suda, who is obviously the famous director of Grasshopper and one of the co-founders of Grasshopper. Look, Suda has a unique style with his it's Devil May Cry-ish, but it's a little bit I don't want to say it, less artistic than Devil May Cry. It's more chaotic than Devil May Cry style, but there's still something special to it, and there's a lot of dance to it as well. So think prime time Suda games, Suda 51 Studio, now Grasshopper manufacturer. Think about those style games mixed with Dead Rising, okay? Mixed with Dead Rising, where you're building your tools, you're building all these crazy weapons to fight the zombies with. Think about all that in an anime style cartoon. This game looks dope. I'm not even joking. I was like, what is this game? And I pulled up and started watching videos, and the vibe I got from it, I was actually highly interested in this game. So go check out Deadcraft coming out this week. It's pretty dang cool, man. I gotta say, I was shocked by it. I totally forgot that was coming out this week. This is why I normally check the Xbox Wire just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see if there's anything else.
And
Nope.
it's top down too. It looks like top down
Yeah,
style.
it's a top down view, but it's closer. It's not pulled very far back.
Right.
You got to get on top of the action, right?
Right.
But yeah. So, man, it's hard to explain because it's a mix mash of so many different things. Like it really is. Like when you watch it, but it looks cool. Like I'm just saying. I'm
Yeah,
just
now
saying.
from what I've seen of it, yeah, I mean, it looks interesting for sure. Definitely check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Deadcraft. They definitely got plenty of YouTube videos on it.
Yeah.
It definitely looks interesting for sure. Definitely check it out.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't get my thoughts together because again, I totally forgot that game was coming out and I was gonna tell you about it. Steel. I was gonna send you the link so that you could check it out yourself.
Yeah.
To see what your thoughts were, and then I completely forgot. So but yeah, no, looking pretty cool. So Deadcraft this week as well.
100%.
And that's it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I need you guys to hit the like button, share us out, tell your mama about us, and go slap your granny and tell her to find out who Living Splitscreen is. Because we're here and we're live, ladies and gentlemen. So come check us out, please. But for serious, hit that like button again. It does help with the algorithm and everything of YouTube. You know how the internet goes. But with that being said, I think I definitely want to start off with some beautiful things, some speculation, maybe some just an open conversation that we can have before. Because unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, whether you like it or not, we are going to talk about Starfield. It needs to be talked about. Management needs to be talked about. Xbox needs to be talked about. Redfall also needs to be talked about. I know a lot of people have been overlooking Redfall because Starfield is the main attraction. Let's be honest. It's like you go into the fair and there's that one ride that you always get on the fair every year. But then there's just one other ride that you heard that was coming. And it was supposed to be all the business. And you come to find out it got closed. Hey, it's one of those types of experiences that we're running into.
For repair.
It's one of those scenarios that we're running into, and it's definitely something that we got to talk about. And it does open the conversation up because on both sides of the spectrum, whether you're on one party or the other side, it has been kind of weak on either. Now, of course, Nintendo's been rocking, PC community's been rocking. Again, I am going to be just a quick side tangent. I do not want people to sit here and feel like they need to be influenced to buy a PC. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have genuine interest to get into the PC, into PC, period. Not just get into PC for gaming. Like, it has to be more than that. Because if you just get into PC for gaming, you're going to get frustrated. I'm just letting you know right now. But if you do not have a genuine interest, do not let these people convince you that you need to be a part of that ecosystem. If you're happy playing games on your console, that is what matters. Understand what you like as a gamer, understand what you spend your money on, and stick to your guns. And like, of course, you have your people that you listen to, you want to get their opinion on, but other than that, don't let it get much deeper. Let it be just that. Form your own opinions, and let's move forward from there. This little quick side tangent. But before we get into the whole Starfield, Redfall, delays, management, who's doing what, and our armchair CEO dev conversations that we end up having here, we brought up an interesting conversation last night that I know not a lot of people are talking about. And Pong brought up, well, it kind of started with me because I was like, look, we're just getting into it, man. I was noticing there's just something about when you notice there's a certain style of game that you don't typically kind of really go towards, right? PvE games typically don't move that direction. But kind of like we talked about earlier, there's something about the Division that is so appealing, especially with all the customization options that they have now. Again, you know, I'm a huge proponent for that, and they literally give you all the options in the world to customize your character however you want now. Like, literally, if you've unlocked a piece of gear, you've picked up a piece of gear, you can literally, if you have one pair of knee pads and you've seen another pair of knee pads that you liked a long time ago, and you're like, man, I can't wear that style anymore because I have to wear this. Now, you can simply, it's like a transmog system basically, where you go in, change the look of the knee pad, you can change them to whatever you want them to. So you have full customization of your character. Of course, the customization of the guns, having the skins, and the colorways that they have and everything. But neither here or there. when you look at Destiny, you see the longevity that Destiny has always had. Destiny's always been a 10-year game, right? Destiny 1 was damn near a 10-year game. Destiny 2 is going to be for sure a 10-year game, right? And at least from what we've seen, and it's okay for them to do that. Why? Because you see games like Warframe, we talked about Black Desert last weekend, where those live service MMO style games, because of the continued support, you can update the engine, you can update the fidelity, you can update things internally within the game to bring people a new experience, right? And I think that's one of the greatest things about this generation, about these consoles that we're in. I mean, yes, of course, there were specific games that you would get on specific consoles because of how they were advertised and how they looked and everything else. But now, yes, I you know, and I know people say they don't like playing old games. Oh, we're not buying systems to play older games. But look, I have to wake you guys up to a reality. Like I got to pull you out of the matrix and let you know that fortunately or unfortunately, you do buy consoles for older games. In my personal opinion.
In some
The
ways,
only reason I say that, and it's going to be more so, and I'm definitely saying this more so.
Well, still, PC gamers predominantly play old games.
That's exactly the point that I'm getting to.
Yeah.
Because at least at this point in time, at this day and age, you do buy consoles to play older games because you have a catalog, you have a library, you have a backlog, as we like to call it, of titles that you may have not been able to get to. Well, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're able to play every game that releases in full totality, get all the enjoyment out of it, and you literally have nothing to play, I feel you. You know what? I need to get you a plaque, a jersey, something that I can hang in the rafters for you because you are the MVP. I am here to tell you I am not under the age of 18 no more, living with my mom. You know, I'm way removed from that, right? And shout out to the people who are in that situation. You have that time. I cannot play since the year 2010. I have not just been able to, and even before that, because let's be real, my parents didn't 100% believe in gaming, but I have not had the time to play every single game that has ever released. So games that I do find myself interested in, I know people say, well, if I'm interested, I'm going to play it right now. Oh, do you? Okay, well, maybe that's your style of gaming. As I've said here, I'm a multiplayer. I'm a PvP kind of guy. So I do end up spending thousands of hours within those worlds when I get invested in those ecosystems, right? So it's like you're in an ecosystem, you say PlayStation and Xbox, and then the games can be their own ecosystem too, right? Which I think is the other part of the problem that people don't want, is because they don't want an over investment of their time into these worlds, which I understand. I mean, look, that's why I don't want single player games to go away, and people should have that 40-hour experience or less that they can jump in and jump out of. But Ubisoft has been seemingly looking for a live service title to help them make however much dollars that they're trying to make and to be successful for them. And I mentioned last night that The Division can literally be Ubisoft's destiny, but they don't see it. And then Pong brought up that Ubisoft, well, now I said that Division could be Ubisoft's destiny, and then Pong came in and was like, but Ubisoft doesn't see that. And I have to 100%, I have to 100% agree with that, because if you did know, you wouldn't be making Heartland some completely separate thing outside of Division 2. To be real, Division 2 isn't that big of a game. It's 60. I mean, I guess it depends on perspective, right? We get 100 gig games now, so it's like, 60 gigs isn't too bad. Which is still kind of huge, right? I would prefer games to get down to under 50 gigs if preferable. If you can. If you can't, I understand. But I have to agree with Pong and him saying that they definitely have something in their face they do not necessarily see. Coming out with something that's separated out from a game that you have, that you can easily get people more invested, get back invested to. Because, okay, let's say you drop Heartland. And Heartland is supposed to be what? Their Battle Royale, PvP, game mode, or whatever the case might be.
It's going to have PvE, PvP.
Okay, so it's going to have a PvE, PvP kind of feel to it?
Yep. Same
It's the same
style.
thing. It's the same thing you get in the Dark Zone and fucking right now in the Division.
Correct. In a new setting.
And then
Yeah,
why not just do that in the game that you have already? Not
Oh.
only will people go back and play the content because they're like, okay, well, Heartland. I mean, okay, maybe I can't carry my character or because this is something they could do. And this is something I don't understand why like games like Destiny and things don't do it, which they just kind of changed with Iron Banner, where you have your character, but you're just given some classes that you can use or whatever the case might be, just to make the PvP experience, the PvP VE experience in this case, as balanced as possible. So you don't have these people who've been grinding thousands of hours and perfecting their build, getting it, you're matching up with them in the lobby, and you're like, I can't compete because these guys have everything that they need to have all the attributes leveled up and everything else, so it feels unfair. Where I do believe with Heartland, from at least from what we've seen and what we've heard, that it's supposed to be a little bit more of a balanced experience where you're not going to be able to carry your Division character over. It's going to be its own thing. And I just like the conversation that we had last night about it. And it's like, I don't get why they don't want to do that. And it kind of shows me that, again, like I was mentioning in the beginning, and like you said last night, Pong, that they don't see the live service game that has that potential for them, and it's staring them dead in the face. I mean, they pulled an entire team off of this to work on something else and said, hey, well, y'all just continue to support this. We're going to do our own thing over here and, you know, whatever. And then you get guys like us who season 9 drops this past week. We jump back in and look, now this is probably going to be a game that I know for sure I'm going to be playing because, I mean, of course, I got a build that I want to work towards now. And there's some other aspects, but you have a game that similarly is a co-op experience that at least 4 people now have an interest in playing. So now we might get together. Now, boom. Now, if we live stream or you see people see more gameplay, now we're pulling more people in, and they're like, oh, there's all these changes. And
still, your buddy jumped in last night in the middle of our chat and said, "Why y'all playing Division 2?" He's like, why, everybody plays Division 2 in here? And we're all like, yeah, you got to check it out. And he's like, what? What did he go do? He tried to get his disc to work. His disc didn't work. So what did he do? He went and picked it up and downloaded it while we were playing.
100%. And it does that. And it's crazy because somebody else brought up a good point yesterday. And well, I'll tie that more so into Starfield. But there are gamers out here who maybe haven't realized that these games have been updated. That have like my buddy last night. He was like, it got a Series X update? It plays at 60 frames? What do you mean it feels completely different? I was like, hey man, just jump in, try it out. And you started looking up some gameplay. I can guarantee right now, if he's jumped into it today, because he's a huge Division nut. Huge Division nut. Me and him has probably spent a good amount of time playing together, man, into some Division. And he's been an overall good dude to me over the years and everything. But yeah, man, it's just like you brought up, Pong. It's just there's so much potential in some of these studios' face that sometimes that they don't see. But people like us who are playing these games and see the potential, and maybe even the people who've been playing it for thousands of hours and never put it down. Again, we're getting matched up with people. Well, we played the countdown mode. We're getting matched up with people who are 3,000 plus on their tech level, on their watch level, shade watch level. And I mean, of course, they're getting macked up by, they're getting macked up while the level 100s and under are fucking holding our ground and making it happen. That's always funny to me. But there are people who never put it down, continue playing. Maybe they use a glitch to get that far. Who knows? But it does speak to just a completely different conversation. So, Paul, man, I mean, you kind of brought this up, and I want to pass it off to you because you did bring up an excellent point, man. Like, how is Ubisoft really missing an opportunity here, not combining Heartland into the Division 2 along with these updates that are dropping? Do you think it's something that may be considering now since this update? And maybe, I don't know, there isn't any numbers to determine whether there's been a flock of people that have jumped into the update. Again, the update has seemingly went under the radar, right? There's a lot of people who may not know about it. I don't see it advertised on an Xbox dashboard. Maybe if I wasn't in Twitter, I wouldn't even know there was an update for the Division.
No, your buddy didn't, and he was a Division player, right? So again, that's the news these days, Steel, is it's lost. But look, this speaks to a larger issue that we see with these gigantic publishers. And again, everybody, listen up. When you listen to us on podcasts, when you listen to just straight up gamers, unless you're listening to somebody direct from the industry, this is the same as it goes for sports. It goes for any
Right.
type of industry, right? When you listen to regular people who aren't directly involved, it's playing armchair whatever, right? So right now, this is armchair CEO stuff. We don't get all the analytics. We don't have all the numbers in front of us of what they're seeing when they make these decisions or whatever the case may be, right? We're not privy to any of those stats and those discussions that go on internally, right? So again, this is just all armchair. This is all satellite view stuff, RTS view, like Steele likes to say,
Yeah.
just from what we can gather and from our experience just being gamers and being interested in this industry and kind of having a good feel, right? There's times in any sport where sometimes the fans would make better decisions than the GMs, right? But at the end of the day, again, fans would also make a whole lot of horrible decisions too, right? But when you listen to this stuff, when you pull yourself back and you look at Ubisoft directly, right? And you look at like an EA, right? You look at all these big time publishers, 2K, right? You look at these big time publishers, okay, that are run by investment groups at this point, that are run by the numbers at the end of the day. Again, it's still business. Fair is fair. That
Yeah.
again, they wouldn't even be around. They wouldn't be a company if it wasn't making money,
Right.
right? So we got to understand that. But this speaks to the bigger picture that sometimes these companies that are run to a certain degree based wholly on numbers or chasing numbers these days in this industry, as big as it is, can't see the forest through the trees, right? They can't see really what they're missing right now because they can't, what they see up front is Division 2 failed to meet expectations up front. It came out, it wasn't the game it is today, which we see happen a ton.
Yeah.
The division, then they made updates. They did a bunch of stuff that pissed off large portions of their hardcore fan base. There was droves of people going from Division 2 back to Division 1 again
Yeah.
because of some of the decisions they were making.
100%.
Their community management was awful. Shout out to Fuzzy Belvedere, brothers in the chat right now. Fuzzy was what Fuzzy got banned from Division 2. He said this publicly on the shop before. He got banned. You guys, if you guys listen to Fuzzy, if you know Fuzzy, if you heard him talk
He's a
about video
nonchalant
games,
guy, man. Like,
bro, look, this guy is nothing, right? But there
Right.
were certain glitches in the Division 2 that you could take advantage of. Well, Fuzzy finally got sick and tired of watching all these other people do it, right? So he does it like for a short period. He gets banned and he's gone, right? It's that kind of stuff that really pisses off the community. Now they had to do something because again, there is PvP in this game when you go into Dark Zone. So they have to do that stuff. But you don't want to make every decision so hardcore and treat your fan base so badly that they start leaving for your previous game because you've made Division 2 no fun, right? That's not what you want in the video game realm. So the higher ups see all of this happening. And they kind of, again, when you're chasing something, and this is during the time when Ubisoft started to try to chase trends, okay?
Yeah.
And they thought Division 2 was going to be huge, right? They thought because Division 1 was such a gigantic game, Division 2, they really thought they had something. But when they see all that fallout and they see people leaving in droves, and they're obviously talking to the devs at Massive and all this kind of stuff. Great development team, by the way. And they get the picture that, hey, this isn't what we thought it was going to be. It's time to move on. And they move on. Now, they still gave it support. Massive was still updating the game, all sorts of stuff. But once the higher ups forget about you and forget about the game and are already looking ahead and saying, what do we got next? What do we got next? We need to get something else out here. We need to get something big. We need to get a games as a service that's going to work and it's going to just be printing us money like Grand Theft Auto is right now. When they get in that mindset, once they leave, even if you're still supporting that game, you're yourselves as a developer aren't really being supported, right? Internally. So this game got forgotten. Now, Ubisoft, to their credit, and I've said this many times, there's a lot of things to be critical of Ubisoft about, right? But to their credit, they're one of the few companies that do continue to let their developers work on the games, even if the higher ups have forgotten about it. Developers continue to work on the games, and that's why we saw so many Ubisoft games get updated for next gen consoles, now current gen, for the series consoles and for the PlayStation 5. Ubisoft has done a fantastic job of getting those updated patches to run games at 60 frames, right?
Mhm.
And to get the resolution up to 4K. They've done a fantastic job with a lot of their older games. So I give them all the credit in the world for that kind of stuff.
Right.
But the entire time, and again, this is anecdotal because it's two gamers, or if you call it everybody who's jumped into division with us, you're talking about a group of probably 10, 12. How many people we got in our clan? We got like 20 some people in our clan. So we'll say 20, we'll say 25 gamers, right? Who've jumped back into Division 2 either last year when they did the patch or now with the Season 9 update. And we've all come out and said the same thing. This game is damn good. All they had to do, Steel, all they had to do was continue to support this game, let Massive continue to work on this game, or hand it off to a smaller team, which they've done now, or hand it off to a different developer, let them continue to work on it. But like you said, Steel, all they had to do when they saw everybody jump back in last year, they got all excited. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Ubisoft was out here like, oh, whoa. People are liking Division 2 again. Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, let's get a roadmap together. Let's tell them we got stuff in the works. Let's tell them we're going to support this game. We're firing this thing back up.
Right.
And they came out and they did that. They did that great, man. We were excited. We're like, oh shit, they're talking about new content. We're talking about getting expansions. Like this, we didn't think this was going to happen, right? But then they sat on it, Steel. They sat on it, and then they went quiet, and then it started coming out. Well, we're not actually going to be able to do that, so we're just going to restart the old content again, and we're going to continue to work towards something new. But we don't, that roadmap we gave you, not really going to happen now. You could see what happened. They got excited. They saw the numbers spike, but then they turned their attention back to what's next. We got to get Skull and Bones ready. We got to do this. We got what's going on over here. We got to figure this out. We got to figure out how we can ruin the Tom Clancy name some more. We got to go create some new games that nobody wants. Instead of using the success that they had found, reigniting that fire again for Division 2, they could have come out, Steel. Think about this. They could have come out and said, look, Division 2 is back. Here's the roadmap. We got a lot of work to do because we weren't planning on doing this, but since the Division 2 is back, this is now our new platform. Division 2 is now free to play. We're opening it up to everybody. Everybody gets to use it. We're going to restart those seasons again so that the new players jumping in can get that experience, get all that loot and stuff. We're going to continue to work in the background. We're going to bring in some new gameplay. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And guess what, folks? We are currently in development of a brand new expansion called Heartland. And it's going to add a whole new piece of land to the Division 2. You're going to go into a whole new territory in the Midwest, right? It's going to give you a totally different experience. We're going to open this thing up. And this is what you can expect from Division 2. Division 2 is now a free-to-play games as a service game that going forward, this is now our platform for Division. And they could have done exactly that model, Steel, and worked on it. And guess what? People would have heard about it. They could have advertised the hell out of it.
Right.
People would have come back and experienced this Division 2 that we currently are and realized that, hell yeah, this is a damn good game now, especially on current gen consoles. This has got a ton of potential. This is easy. Jump in and play with our friends. This is everything that we are looking for. It's got PvE. It's got PvP. We can, they would have to do some work on the Dark Zones. We know that the Dark Zones aren't.
It needs to be back reminiscent of the first division.
Of the first one. But
100%.
they could have done all that while they were updating us, right? And they could have been working on that in the background. And you could have come out. Think about this, Steel. You could have just come out and said, guess what? It's Division 2.5 Heartland expansion. Right now, we're dropping it in. We're fixing the Dark Zones. Dark Zones are going to be updated. We're giving you this whole new world to go explore. We're going to continue to update the engine. as we go about. And if we get to the point where, Snowdrop updates, kind of like Call of Duty is doing with
Right.
Warzone, then we'll look at, just updating a brand
Updating the
new,
game or
yeah, updating the game, or coming out with a brand new version, right? But they could have restarted all of this. And this is the game, Steel. When we're talking about, you're just talking about, Steel, customizations there, right? They've got the monetization already built into this game. And this is a game, third person view, where you get to see your customizations.
yeah,
You are viewing your character. So if you put a new outfit on, you get
you
to
see
see
it.
it. It's not first person, right? So this game is already set up. And let me tell you, the want and the desire to jump, when you jump into this game, to go ahead and customize your characters because you're seeing them all the time, is strong, is
Yeah.
very strong. And the customizations are cool. They're unique. Not, I mean, again, gun skins are going to be gun skins, whether you believe that's something you would
Yeah.
ever do in real
Right.
life or whatever. Doesn't matter. They have a great setup right now with great customizations. They could monetize easily. They've got the season passes already set up in there, which always has been. They had everything there, and this is the game they've been looking for. And like you said, Steel, I don't disagree with you. And Mav and everybody else that was in our party, Psychonauts, shout out to the brothers that were in there. We all agreed, Jasper, that honestly, if Ubisoft put the resources that they're putting into these other games that they're chasing the
Yeah.
money for, if they put that into Division 2 could be that rival to Destiny as a third person shooter. It really could be. If they did it right, if they got a lot of devs on it, they got the right team on it that knew how to work that content and knew how to update, and they could get the story so that you could continue the story as well, get those dark zones fixed. Literally, this could be Ubisoft's, Destiny. It
Right.
really could. And that's not hyperbole. That's not being dramatic. That's not just, it's got that feel to it, Steel, because the gunplay is solid, right? I know some people don't like sponges for enemies, but that's the type of game it is. It is what it is. The gunplay is solid. The movement is smooth as hell. The graphics are gorgeous. The new lighting system that they created for the current gen consoles, they didn't even do that much, but they tweaked the lighting system. Bro, it brings a whole new light to this game, pun intended. It just looks different. And if they could eventually get to the point where they had the engine updated, which they certainly could, where the current gen consoles were starting to look like that first trailer that we got from Division 2, if they could bring back snow from Division 1 back into the game, which I missed because that was one of the greatest my experiences, the silence that they got, that they just had it perfect. I can't say it enough. It was just a perfect. They could do all that. And this game would be back in the mix with all the other games of service going on right now. Free to play. Announce Heartland is a brand new expansion that you fly to. There's a whole new operation out in the Midwest. A new terror group has popped up on the Heartland, just like they did with Division 2. But now you're out in the fields. Now you're out in my country, right? Cornfields, you got trees, you got forests, you got all this kind of stuff. Whole new experience. But we got a terrorist organization out there that we got to go take care of, right? Bro, it was set up perfectly for them. This is the problem. Like I said, this speaks to a bigger issue. When these companies get too wrapped up in the money and the numbers and aren't thinking like the gamers, or forget that the gamers are the ones who got their companies there, and that those original style games that weren't necessarily just printing money were the reason why they became the company they are. When they forget about all that, all of a sudden they are blinded to what's right in front of them. Massive created a great game here and now years ago in Division 2. Yeah, it didn't start out the way they wanted it to. I get it. Happens with a lot of games. But that now, with all the updates, with all the fixes, I can honestly say this is a freaking fantastic Division game that they could use as the vehicle towards exactly what they want. And we'll say this, Steel, too, which isn't important to people, but it's important to us older heads that grew up on Tom Clancy. This Division does Tom Clancy right.
Justice.
Okay?
Yes,
It
100%.
does do him
Yes.
justice. His name is not tarnished by this Division. Look, there's a Division TV series that most people don't even know about, right?
Yeah.
That came out on Amazon, right? They have the potential, Steel, in this story to take it elsewhere too. It's the perfect IP for 2022, and Ubisoft does not seem to realize it. Now, all that being said, Heartland could come out and take care of all that, right? Heartland could be the one. We could see that, hey, they took this seriously. They saw the reaction to Division 2. They just wanted to take it in a different direction. They wanted to start fresh. So they came up with the Heartland scenario. So now Heartland could take everything that we just talked about in Division 2 and actually make it a reality, right? And they could make Heartland as the platform going forward. They could expand off of Heartland, right? We could see that happen. So again, if that's the case, great. But they just missed an opportunity right in front of them with the Division 2 already being there and established. It's too bad. So that's my rant on it.
And we still haven't got any information about where Heartland's at. Maybe we'll get an update from that during the Xbox showcase. Who knows? I know a lot of people were expecting more, so there may be an EA the kind of deal going on with Microsoft. But who knows? Because there is that rumor that Ubisoft Plus could be coming into Game Pass team, or be part of Game Pass, or be an extra additive on the Game Pass. Again, Ubisoft Plus is $15 a month. So I don't know how they're going to end up finessing that, or how they're going to end up setting that up to make it beneficial to Game Pass members. But imagine if they do that. Not only do you have Assassin's Creed Valhalla that is seemingly doing really well for you as far as an Assassin's Creed game goes. I think Valhalla's actually hit some numbers that they haven't seen in quite some time. Actually, some of the bigger numbers. And then not only that, then boom, now you got Division 2 seemingly, where you got more people jumping into that. Again, I had some coins left over from the last time I played, so I got the season pass again, right? So now I have that investment. Now I'm getting those level ups. And like you said, I mean, Heartland can definitely be that experience, but we haven't heard anything from it. And I would anticipate, because we did hear about that last year, about the whole Heartland situation, that they're going to put out some form of an update or let us know what's going on this year. Because it did seem like they were already in active development on it. And what we mean, because I know I was doing a little bit of research in the background and everything, because Division does come off, I don't want to say necessarily is dead, because I haven't been playing the game, so I don't know how dead it is. But I do know that the other day, I joined somebody called for help, and I just joined their lobby. And it was seamless, and there was no problems. And then I was able to do it over and over again with some different people, and a match made in, and the match came out, and we had no issues, no connection issues, didn't run into any problems. Now, game still has its minor issues with the enemies, talking about smart AI and everything else like that. The Division also has plenty of dumbass AI too.
Oh, so, of course, but it's still some of the best AI overall in terms of how many enemies are on the screen,
especially
and what's going
on the harder difficulties. Especially on the harder difficulties. So like most of the gameplay you guys are going to see today is going to be on the challenging difficulty. We were running on heroic, which previously I thought was a little bit more difficult, but we were actually having a good time with it and getting through the content. Yeah, it was taking us a little bit of extra time, but it wasn't like jarring to the point where we were like, okay, this is too much. I mean, we were just moving through it and we were having a good time. But yeah, man, again, it's just, I have to agree. There's a lot of potential that's missed with this. I was doing a little bit of research and to see if, is the Division 2 dead? And a lot of what the people are saying is, it's not necessarily dead. There is a lot more PC players that it's, from what I can tell, than there is on console. But again, I mean, that's how it works. I mean, that's how things go. But they can easily entice people back in, which is kind of why I would want Heartland to be part of the Division 2. Now, if you're completely revising the game, everything's just going to be different, the mechanics aren't going to be the same, then okay, I get it. It's something you have to keep it separate. But even now, like, you gave me a helicopter to travel between different places.
Yep.
Why not just implement this with the same thing, right? At least that's the way that I would think about it.
No, absolutely. And Gogo Poe, the New York expansion, the reason why that was already in the works. Mm-hmm. Like, they weren't going to just scrap that. Yeah. Like, Ubisoft doesn't usually generally just scrap things. Like, if that was in the works from the get-go, that was supposed to be the first of many major expansions for this game, right? They had this as their games of service. This was going to be a big game to them. So yeah, when New York came out, they basically were so far into development on New York that they said finish it and drop it, right? But when they dropped it, they gave it away. Like it was like $5 for the
Right.
New York expansion, like on sale. That's when everybody jumped kind of back in because they did it at the same time when they did the update, right? All of a sudden, New York expansion dropped. All of a sudden, that's how they got the hype back. But it was like a secondary thought to Ubisoft. It was like, yeah, just get that out the door, just get that patch out there, put out New York, and then we'll see what happens or whatever else. But it was kind of, again, Division had lost so much momentum. There was, again, it was down. And then the patch is pretty much when people started playing it again on the current gen consoles is when it started to catch fire because people jumped back in here like, oh, this is a brand new game. This is like a brand new game here. So that's what started it. And I don't think Ubisoft was ready for it. But you're right. They did push that expansion out, right? And they did support it from that standpoint. It's just because they weren't going to throw away money. They threw it out there, put it on sale. We're hoping for, some kind of response. They got a much bigger response than they thought. But again, that's when they fumbled again. They quickly as they remembered this game and said, oh, everybody's back on the train and let's do something. Let's get some press going. Let's get some comments out on Twitter going. Let's get that, let's capitalize on this. They just as quickly forgot about it when they realized that it was going to take them a long time to try to come up with this roadmap and that it wasn't necessarily going to work out in the end because Ubisoft is still side-eyeing Division 2 going, yeah, do we really want to do this?
Yeah.
I don't know if we want to really commit. We got Heartland going.
And that's my thing. Why are you side-eyeing it? Like, stop side-eyeing it. Take advantage of it. And again, maybe it's going to take something like, again, because you do want to definitely get the attention of the console players too. Yeah. Maybe it'll take it jumping on a service like Game Pass or something to reinvigorate it again. Yeah. Maybe it'll just take another DLC expansion, whatever the case. I mean, of course, more content is always welcome. I don't want to kind of completely jump off the cliff with it and everything, but there's just so much potential in this. And again, if those who have been playing, shout out to y'all for continuing to support the game. I'll be honest to say that, yeah, I mean, I put it down. But it's also about who you're playing with at the time, the games that you got around, and there's a lot of influence on that, man. And I don't know. We'll see what I get from this time jumping back in. This will be like my third time really jumping back into it, like kind of hardcore. So we'll see, man. And again, I'm giving a little bit of a different approach, trying to jump into more of the PvP side, things that I didn't experience my first 2 times jumping into it because I was mainly doing PvE content. So hopefully I got some things I want to grind for and things I want to get built up. So hopefully it works out. And then maybe we hear something from Heartland and it kind of continues to extend that out. And maybe Ubi sees that potential, right?
Oh, I'm definitely going to jump into Heartland, right? I mean, again, there's no doubt about it. My love for Division comes back every time I play it. And
Tom Clancy, period, honestly.
Yeah, honestly. But they've, again, as I did enjoy, obviously, Ghost Recon. I do enjoy Ghost Recon, but it's not the Ghost Recon of old, right? I want the Ghost Recon of old.
It's not.
Right?
Yeah, I need that.
The hardcore.
I need that.
It's not.
I need that. I need that Advanced Warfighter back. That is one game that I do. I need them to remake Brawl. I need that Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter back. Bring that multiplayer back. Bring that overall story back. Revitalize it. Give it the Modern Warfare treatment. Whatever you need to do, bro. Like. Yeah. I'm telling you, it went back so much favor just giving us a remake of Graw and Graw 2. Put it in a bundle. I'd pay $70 for it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. For day one, I'd probably buy the $100 version of the game. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But that's just me, and I see that potential in it. I know not everybody else does, but people like to clamor for third-person games, but don't want to clamor for the right ones. Like at least to me personally. But yeah, I just thought that was an interesting conversation because I know a lot of nobody else is talking about this.
Hello, man.
I just looked on Massive's Twitter site. They only had like less than 200 likes on the Division 2 being free to play this weekend. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, it is free to play this weekend in celebration of the Season 9 update that was just released on Thursday. So if you're listening on audio, if you're listening live, check it out. Jump in, see if it's worth your time. Again, the game is mad cheap right now. You can get it at all kinds of deals. Just check it out, man. See if it's worth your time. Again, there's a ton of content, especially for a newer player. You're not going to get bored. There's at least 100 hours of content there for you, for sure, guaranteed. So, look, man, that was a beautiful conversation. I knew that was going to be a good one there. So, I think another place. Well, Before we get into Starfield, was there anything else that you kind of wanted to drop in, kind of like a quick topic? Oh, there was one thing that I did want to bring up, and that was Elden Ring outselling Call of Duty. Vanguard specifically. Again, Elden Ring, I think, is sitting at right around 15 million copies sold, I believe, somewhere around there. Let me. I'm getting this info. Get the article pulled up for you guys.
13.8, I think it was.
13.8, somewhere around there. But according to Benji Sales on Twitter at Benji Sales, he put out a post of saying via NPD, Elden Ring has now outsold Call of Duty Vanguard in the United States. It has become the best-selling title over the last 12-month period, despite only having a 3 months of tracking. The game continues to be a truly colossal hit. 3 months, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And the game is smacking people upside the head. This is a huge thing from FromSoft. Again, I definitely hope that there's going to be some expansions coming. I anticipate that there will be, just so they can live out this hype for quite a bit longer as they get their next game ready. I do believe that their next game is going to be Armored Core, unless they do something different, right? There are rumors of Bloodborne 2 that could possibly be in development. They could be wanting to do another Souls title, but I know there was those conversations going around for a new Armored Core game to be in development. So, me personally, I am in a very jaded fashion. I am very excited for that. So I'm hoping that they're moving that direction, but.
And they're going to have DLC for Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm expecting.
That's going to be huge. They might have more DLC than they've ever had before in a game.
And awful and grim. I completely understand. It's not a game that has to be for everybody. Again, these Souls games, like I tell people all the time, if it's not your cup of tea, I'm not going to force you to play it. And doesn't matter how many copies it's sold. I'm the main proponent for that. God of War can sell 100 million copies. It's not going to make me want to play the game anymore than I already wanted to. It can be any game like that. Any game can sell 100 million copies, and if I don't have a genuine interest to play it, then it doesn't matter. Right?
That's what we talk about all the time, Steel, right? Stand your ground as a gamer. What what you are as a gamer. You don't have to follow the crowd just because it's a hype game. Sure, there are times maybe like again, I'm not a Souls player, right? But I did jump into Elden Ring because it had elements that I liked, right? It had elements that I liked, and I was willing to take a chance that I could get through the Soulsy type gameplay in order to experience the world, because that's what I was interested in, was the world. Everything about From Software games I love, except for the actual combat, right? That's the only thing I did not enjoy. But I thought maybe with the open world, it would be better for me. And I was correct. Now I'm 50 hours in, level 1 something, whatever the case may be, not even close to beating it yet. Have I gone back to it? No, I've done my grazing thing and moved on. But am I going to go back to it? Sure, of course I am. But again, if the game's not for you, Steel, and I always say that, don't follow just to follow because everybody else is saying it's the best thing ever. Stand your ground. That's what it is, man. You know what it is for yourself. And if it ain't for you, so be it. No big deal. No big deal. Plenty of other stuff.
Again, it's not that big of a thing, but it does speak to at least the genre in total. Because again, a lot of people said that it's a niche thing, and we've said it here multiple times. It's definitely taken them outside of that spectrum, and I do think this is going to put FromSoft on they're going to be broadcasted to a wider audience, definitely more so now than ever before, because they've garnered that attention. There's going to be word of mouth travels, right? You get enough people talking about it, you get enough people clamoring for it. More DLC comes out for it. I can easily, if these numbers get into the 30 millions within like the couple years, the game hasn't even been out 6 months, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be completely real. No. Game's already almost sitting at 15, and it's only been out for 3 months.
Yep.
If some DLC, if this game ends up hitting 30 million, like Lord, especially
what's gonna be interesting, Steel, on that topic. What's gonna be interesting? The next game they announce, right, with the hype that Elden Ring has. If the next game is Armored Core, which is a mech title,
Yes.
Again, another niche genre. Not everybody
Bro,
likes mechs, bro.
talk
Not
to him.
everybody.
Talk to him.
But what is this hype from Elden Ring? Is this going to get people that aren't interested in mech games to try a mech game?
I hope
That
so.
is going to be one to watch right there. If it is actually Armored Core, which we are hearing quite a bit of smoke out there that it is Armored Core. But man, that's going to be interesting to see how much this newfound love for From Software from a wider audience extends into their other games,
Right.
or if it's just going to remain on Elden Ring and people are going to see their next game and be like, not for me. I love From Software now because Elden Ring, but that I ain't touching. Right? It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, and the main thing for me though for Elden Ring is I do definitely, and usually Dark Souls titles have done it in the past where they put out updates after some time. And again, I have to remind myself the game's only been out for 3 months just because I beat it and played it and I'm level 305 and I've have over 200 hours in the game that I'm not the main proponent, right? But I do, because the main thing that is missing for me is the PvP element. There are some things really missing where unless you're the person invading, I have a bunch of different people that want to play Elden Ring, right? But when we get together and we co-op or whatever, we summon each other in each other's worlds, we can't go raid other people, right? We can't invade other people's worlds once we're together. We have to wait for people to raid us, and it's not happening as frequently as I would pretty much like it. Sometimes we have to wait 5-10 minutes for people to invade us, and it's not a good feeling, right? Especially when you're grouped up, you and your buddy, you beat the story content, and you're just trying to get some PvP in, and there's nothing there to specifically say, hey, this is where we got PvP set up. This is our, you want to do this, come here and, get all the PvP action that you want to get in. And I think that is one avenue that they're missing out on right now. I can guarantee that they're probably working on that, Bish, because from my experience with Elden Ring, I'll be completely honest with you guys and tell you, I don't see a purpose in going into the next playthrough unless there are weapons that you want to get duplicates of. And the only reason I say that, or if you want to get more souls, whatever the case. To be honest with you, again, I'm level 305 and I did that my first playthrough. I ended the game around level 175 and then I got to 300 just doing PvP mainly. So, and I haven't went to my second playthrough yet. I have got different weapons because I've had buddies of mine drop weapons that they're not using, so I've been able to get duplicates and everything. So that's one avenue that you could chase down. But I wouldn't suggest people personally giving another playthrough, because this one, Elden Ring doesn't really give you anything additionally for going through the second playthrough other than a little bit more souls. With the other Souls games, your next playthrough is how you got your +2, +3, +4 like accessories and things. So it kind of gave you, and you got different armor and whatnot on your next playthroughs. So it kind of gave you a reason to kind of go back through the game again. This one doesn't have that. Like, you can get +2s, +3s out in your first playthrough, as long as you're able to find them, of course. And they do really well with hiding them off in the corner, making sure that you are searching a bit to find these things, but it's not like they're impossible to find. But everything you could do in your first playthrough. Not to, again, I don't want to pull people from going through a second playthrough. Go through one if you want to. There's just not necessarily a point in going through one in Elden Ring like there would be in previous Souls games. So I do feel like that is something that is kind of working against itself a little bit. At least for me personally. It may not be doing that for anybody else, which I completely understand. But I do want them to iterate on their PvP side, because that is what keeps these Souls games alive, right? At least to me. If you go into the community, you go on YouTube, you see a bunch of content, PvP content. You'll see Dark Souls 3. It was known there was an area. Dark Souls 2 had the same thing. There was areas where people congregated and people would surround this area, so you'd have like 20 people in one area and people would take turns 1v1 in each other. It was like an arena style kind of thing that was going on, and that shit is really dope. And then there's kind of like this there's like unknown rules that you come to find out, and people like 1v1 etiquette that you come to find out, and all these things that just take these experience to that next level. And I want to see them do that. I do think that their first expansion is probably going to be something along those lines. maybe also some additional story content, but they have so much here, man. Like, again, any game that you can put over 100 hours in, you've definitely got your money's worth, right? Again, time is always subjective, and everybody has a different amount of time, but I can never be mad about a game that I put over 100 hours in. I had nothing but a fantastic time with. I've played with several different people. Me and my brother have done nothing but love the game, and I can't wait to see more from it. And it's exciting to see that it's getting the recognition that we, as people who are fans of the genre, really have been kind of trying to put out there to people. Hey, try it out. And it is getting people to finally try it out. Again, for me, I still haven't played Sekiro yet. And Sekiro is like knocking on my door every time that I boot up another game. After playing Elden Ring, that's all that I'm thinking about all the time. It's like, damn, mate, I should just play Sekiro, because everybody keeps saying, and I keep seeing more and more articles or little side conversations about the game and the bosses and it being so memorable. Like, it's funny how I just started, like, after I beat Elden Ring, now I'm seeing just a bunch of Sekiro content. That shit is funny to me. Talk about Big Brother right there, but that's a whole other side tangent. But yeah, man, I mean, what do you think, Paul, about Elden Ring seemingly doing as well as it is? Again,
not surprising, right? Not surprising at all, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Not. I mean, again, we saw this coming. It became a phenomenon overnight. Again, people like me who didn't have interest in Souls games jumped into it. I see Grumble in the chat. He's like, podcasts always talking about, why can't I find a podcast that doesn't talk about Elden Ring? Look, it's just a big phenomenon, okay, in the video game industry. We cover everything. This is not an Elden Ring podcast by any stretch of the imagination. It was when it first came out, because it was big. It was gigantic. Again, this is part of the industry. When things like this break through, you got to cover it, because before Elden Ring, Souls games were called niche all the time. Now, the Souls fans were out here clamoring, hell no, they're so popular, these games.
Yeah.
And they weren't necessarily wrong, but to the wider masses, it still was niche, right?
Yeah.
Elden Ring broke through, right? Nearly 14 million copies in 3 months of tracking, right, is ridiculous for a game that, again, outside of the Souls community, right, people were like, yeah, From Software games, they look really great, but man, that Souls combat, I'm not playing it. That was me, right? That was a lot of us, unlike the people like Steel who were like, nah, man, I'm waiting. This Elden Ring is hype. And everybody was really getting excited about it for a long time. But it broke through. So 14 million sales proves that it broke through in this shorter period of time. It outselling Call of Duty Vanguard. Now, Vanguard, again, to be fair, is a down year for Call of Duty as well. This is not, it's not the greatest Call of Duty of all time here, folks, by any stretch of the imagination. But still, for a title that before it launched was considered niche, and that was going to probably sell, if it did really well, what, Steel, 8 million, 10 million copies
over time?
Because I think Dark Souls, Dark Souls million, 3
maybe?
sold maybe 12, I think, overall lifetime, 10,
maybe
somewhere in that neighborhood. So that was the sales figures. Here we are, 3 months of tracking, 14 million copies. Yeah, we got to talk about it because it is a big deal. It's a great breakthrough. It brings more people in. Not every game is for everybody, but there's a game for everybody, which is always the mantra that we preach, because that's how this industry grows. And no, Grumble, you also said, I hope this is not the way the industry is going.
No, it's not.
Look,
it's not.
Look, there's trends, okay? Roguelikes are in vogue right now. Souls games are now in vogue right now. So will we see a lot more of them? Sure, we will. But there's so many developers out there right now creating so many different styles of games that, no, we're never going to run into where everybody is going to chase the Souls-like experience, because most devs understand that they probably won't be able to do the Souls-like experience, right? It takes something special. There's a lot there's a lot of counterfeits out there, right, that never broke through. There's a lot of devs who tried Souls games that never broke through to even close to From Software type numbers prior to Elden Ring. So now From Software has done it even further by doing the open world, which we know is difficult to do, Souls-like game. That's going to be even tougher for most devs to accomplish. And I think the open world aspect is really what drew more people to this title. The exploration is one thing that all of us who weren't even Souls fans talk about, that this is almost Bethesda like exploration
No, it
when
is
it
for a
comes to
Souls
open
game.
world. Yeah,
Yeah, for a
Souls
Souls game, yeah, it definitely
Right.
is. But yeah, grumble. I do want to let you know, I don't see the industry going this way. I don't want every game to go this direction. It doesn't need to be happening that way. It's just it's cool to me because I am a fan of it. But I want to gotta give you guys some numbers. So because brought some numbers up, we talked about Dark Souls 3, but the reason why this is such a big thing, Demon Souls, the FromSoft's remake. Well, technically, FromSoft didn't put it out, but they are the original creators, and then Bluepoint came in and remade it. But that game only sold 1.4 million copies as of what we have for going to September of 2021. They don't have any new information about Demon Souls numbers, so I can't imagine that maybe it's at 1.5 now, maybe 1.6.
Yep.
Dark Souls 3.
Yep.
In totality, has only sold 10 million copies.
Okay, so I was right. It was right around 10 million. Okay. Yep.
Elden Ring has sold 13.5 in the first 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's a big deal.
Yeah. Yep.
If that doesn't paint the picture for you, I'm not saying that everybody has to love it, but if that doesn't paint the picture for you, how do you go from 10 million
lifetime
to your lifetime for that game into 2021 into 13 million in the first 3 months? Right. That is crazy in a return on investment, right?
Oh yeah.
First, at least in my perspective, when I look at that, because I've looked at these numbers before, I'm like, damn, they sold that much, really? I wanted to actually look at. Let me see if I could pull up.
And Ray Oid, yes, sir. We older gamers do know that the original Souls games come back from the NES days.
Right,
Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is the original Souls game. Okay,
No,
yes,
100%.
100%.
100%. But even compared to Sekiro, one of the ones that are more along the lines of people clamoring for, by 2020, it sold 5 million. That's why this is a big deal, right? Especially when you get put up there with the conversation of Call of Duty, because Call of Duty is one of those that everybody just kind of runs into and everybody buys and everybody puts their time into because it's easy, right? Call of Duty's always been that way. You can jump in, jump out, no problems, get a couple matches in, maybe take 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, you could run 2-3 matches, right? Depending on what game mode you're playing. So, whereas these games, they're time investments. So, it's just a beautiful thing to see. To me personally, again, shout out to FromSoft and all the great things they're doing. But I do agree that is enough of the Elden Ring talk as far as that goes, man. Not much else to say. If you're interested in it, definitely check it out. Don't feel like you're forced to play it just because it's done better than any other Souls title. Just enjoy it for what it is, accept it, and we'll move forward from there. But I think at this point, we have to get into, we're almost a couple hours in now at this point. I think it's time, Pong. I think it's time to give the people the main crux of the week. Maybe you can add some what you learned from the community this week into this section. But as I have titled the video, the delay has caused stars to fall. And what I mean by that is Starfield and Redfall have both been delayed into 2023. Now, for a lot of people, as some people say, they're taking in some copium, right? That's been kind of the phrase that's been thrown around. A lot of people are trying to cope. I mean, maybe Pong's definitely one of those. Pong brought out the whole funeral fit. Brought out, again, like he said in the beginning of the show, he did his own rendition of Dearly Beloved, and I thought it was amazing. Let's Go Crazy by Prince, for those who don't know. And it was hilarious. It had me in tears over here. But shout out to the people who were using this as console war ammo, who were clamoring for something that maybe they didn't know too much about, who had 100% faith in, as Pong tells me, God Howard. It is, I don't want to necessarily say it's depressing, because it's not depressing. It's not.
Speak for yourself, Steel. Speak for yourself. Go ahead.
And I will, but I want you to lead first, because you are definitely, you are part of the reason why I do get some of the hype for Starfield, but mainly it's because I've seen the games over the years. I've seen what Bethesda could do over the years. They just haven't put out a game that necessarily pulls me in. Now, space. Oh yeah, I'm definitely attracted to that. Again, I grew up with Starfield. I mean, I grew up with Star Wars. I grew up with Star Trek. So of course, I'm obsessed with the whole space thing. I love Halo. You know what I mean. So anything dealing with Power Rangers have went into space. I have a thing. I have a thing with space, right? So that is also another thing that's enticing. I'm always interested to see where else can devs take it that pull ideas from different places. Mass Effect, another great IP that, again, if you haven't played the Legendary Edition, please go play it. You're missing out. But Starfield, especially after me playing Mass Effect, I was hoping was going to be potentially a game this year that was going to kind of fill that RPG hole for me, right? Because Mass Effect has seemingly now I'm going to be constantly searching for something that has that same depth as Mass Effect, but I'll also be honest and say the gameplay does have to keep me interested. It does have to interest me overall. From what I've seen from Starfield, whatever you want to, if you want to say it's the creative designs or whatever the case, a lot of it looks appealing. It does look right up my alley, especially when you look at kind of the rogue art they're kind of putting out and everything. But Starfield's delay and Redfall's delay have seemingly opened up also another conversation that last year we already knew. Well, the conversation was already going around that 2022 was going to be a dead year. So again, we're coming to that realization where 2022 is seemingly a very dead year for first-party games. So for people who are excited for first-party AAA games, I understand why you feel like there's nothing to play, why this is definitely a hit to the Xbox ecosystem, because you do have to have your mainline titles that entice people or give people a reason to invest. Now, me personally, and I'll dive into a little bit because I do want Pong to touch on it because he definitely has more of a heartfelt opinion, and then I can kind of bounce off of that about the whole entire situation, other than Redfall, because let's be honest, telling me that Redfall is like Borderlands with vampires, that's not very necessarily enticing to me. I love Tiny Tina Wonderlands for the story. Me and Pong had a fucking fantastic time with it, but now I just don't see me going back just to play Chaos Dungeon. That doesn't entice me as much as it may entice other people who have that genuine interest for that Borderlands style game, right? Again, I can get that from other places. I'm back in the Division. I'd rather grind out gear in the Division than grind out gear in Tiny Tina Wonderlands. That's just me personally. And it's nothing, no hit to Tiny Tina. It's just the personal preference. But so Redfall is definitely the weaker one for me, but not to say that it should look down upon, because again, the team that are making it also put out gosh, why am I going blank right now? What was the game that they also put out back in the day, Pong? Wasn't that long ago. Oh, why can't I think of the name of it? The creators of Redfall.
Arcane.
Yeah, what was the other game that they put out? Dishonored.
Which one? Dishonored, you got Prey?
Dishonored. I'm talking about Dishonored. I was talking about Dishonored. Okay, so I forgot that me racking my brain about that. I just had that lined up. Deathloop 2. But so seemingly knowing their pedigree and everything, it does give me something there, like, okay, well, there's some potential here, but it's not like something that'll be like, oh, well, I'm overly hype about this game, because their games have always been kind of looked over. They don't necessarily generate the most hype. They don't necessarily generate the most sales. I mean, again, Deathloop is a little bit differently. It has been clamored as one of the best games of the year and everything like that when it released on PlayStation 5. And it is supposed to be releasing this year on Xbox. So again, that conversation is gonna get moving again. So Redfall is on the shorter end of the conversation. The big part is Starfield, because people were wanting a big first party title that they can use to sell their console with, right? To me personally, it's more of a console war, plastic warrior conversation or whatever to have. But it is an understandable conversation nonetheless, because it does leave a huge hole in the first party lineup. Now, there are some things being said in the background, and I do openly anticipate, regardless, that there are going to be other deals that are going to be cut for third and second party games to drop into Game Pass. This has already been something that has been talked about previously. If you think Microsoft is just about to sit on their hands and say, oh, well, we got to delay the game, I guess that's all we got, you're sadly mistaken. We have not seen the showcase yet. There hasn't been, we haven't got updates from any of the other games that they've talked about within the last couple of years. And then the ones that we have gotten an update for, we need to see more gameplay. So there's so many different things that they could reorganize, restructure, and especially as they get ready for the showcase, that they can pitch you, because again, they do want people to get invested into Game Pass, whether you like that or not. And whether you want to believe it, you can still buy games in Game Pass. Game Pass is a supplemental service. Game Pass is a supplemental service that you do not have to invest in. You can still buy the games. And whether you feel like your $15 a month is worth it or not, now that Starfield has been delayed and that Redfall has been delayed, that's something personal that you have to internalize and figure out. I'm not worried about it. I don't worry about my Netflix subscription. I don't think about my Disney Plus subscription. I don't think about my Hulu subscription. I don't think about my music subscription. Oh, I haven't listened to music in 2 weeks. Oh man, maybe I should unsubscribe. No, because then boom, what happens? I listen to music for 3 months, every day. That's the way life works. And if you don't feel the investment is enough for you because of first party games, then take your talents to South Beach and play on the other console that you said you have. I don't have both consoles, and I'm not feel like I'm missing anything. But I also stand firm on my beliefs, and I play games that attract me and that I want to sink my teeth in and invest time into. Right? And that's the difference. So, Pong, you're the main proponent of this whole Starfield thing, man, because you are a huge Bethesda fan, you're a Todd Howard fan, God Howard fan, as you call them, and you were excited and you stood on the line, stood on the mountaintops. Todd said 2022, 11/11/22. It's in ink. He's not erasing it. It's 100%.
Pen, not pencil.
It's in ink. He might as well have wrote it in blood. It's there. He's not going to delay. Now, give us some pretense. Oblivion has kind of the same scenario, and it was delayed. But, and there's plenty of content out there where, kind of like what you brought up earlier in the behind the scenes, Pong, where there's plenty of content out there, people of Todd Howard saying things that he hasn't lived up to necessarily, hyping up games. Again, he is still a creative. He does still have to sell his games. He still has to represent them in the best light as possible. Yeah. It's a part of the game. It's still a business at the end of the day. As much as we want people to be as forward-facing as possible, it is still a business at the end of the day. But that doesn't excuse putting a date in pen, having people believe in that date because of past experiences, your pedigree, and their hype, and then delaying the game and seemingly giving your now ecosystem, because we could also have a whole different conversation of where would Xbox be if Bethesda wasn't there. That's a whole different thing, and I do think they're going to answer some of those questions here at this show here, depending on what kind of deals that they're able to get cut, because again, that is the business that they're in. They can't just depend on first party. And the games that they do have in development, we don't know how long they've been in development. So I know people will say they have almost 40 studios and they can't get a game out. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't know where in development any of these games are. And yes, that is a problem because there is not an answer for that. And that is a problem. 100%. I feel you. You don't know what the future looks like. It does look like Microsoft just buying shit and just sitting on their hands. It looks that way. I feel you. They're also not doing things the way we have done them in the past. The console space, how you look at the console ecosystem, is changing. And Microsoft is taking that first step on the ledge to say, this is the step. And Sony's taking that opposite step of saying, we're gonna go this way, but we're gonna dabble this way a little bit. We'll put our hands on the ledge, but I don't know if I want to stand up there quite yet. So it is going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this year plays out, especially if you're only a first-party gamer, if that's all that you care about. It's going to be interesting. But if there are second and third-party deals that you can find in Game Pass, where you pay your monthly subscription to versus paying, again, I make the reference to this all the time. 3 games could come out this year from second and third party, even first party if you wanted it to, that are going to be $60 to $70 a piece. You've already paid more than you would have paid for Game Pass. Already, just 3. And I know that's not for everybody. It's not supposed to be for everybody. And maybe one day it will be, but we have no semblance or truth to see whether we're going to head in that direction. Now, us who believe in the digital era, we do see that kind of vision. That's why we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices, and like me and Pong say, take that RTS view and pull our resources together to look at everything, not just one specific aspect of it. So, Pong, how do you feel about this Starfield delay? You came on, you did some renditions, and you are in your feelings a little bit about it because you were right there with Todd on that date. But does this devalue your ecosystem that you're now invested into with Game Pass because you're not getting these first-party games in here that were seemingly promised, quote unquote, even though we haven't seen gameplay for either game, and only one game was given a date, which dates get pushed back all the time, and there's a list of games that I could pull up that have been delayed after giving a date. How does this make you feel, man? Does it put a huge hole in Xbox and make you question about all the management that's going on? And oh, it's Phil's fault, and oh, it's all under Phil. Bethesda they're reporting to Phil, and they should be getting it right. And Matt Booty don't know what he's doing. And there's all these other conversations. Does that affect Bethesda directly, or maybe, or does Bethesda potentially, is this the other aspect of it that I want to bring up? Does Bethesda have faith that they do have more time because of this deal, because of them being under Microsoft, whereas previously they would have had to put out the game this year, guaranteed, without a shadow of a doubt?
Steel. This is huge. This is like a buffet of different topics wrapped up within this one major overarching topic. Okay. This is like hard to dissect. Like, this is like, okay, so let's take this in chunks. Okay. Let's take this in chunks. That's number 1, because there's so many different aspects to this topic. So
Yes.
take this first. Okay. Number 1, the loss of Starfield and Redfall to Xbox this holiday season is a gigantic hole, as you already said, Steel. This is for their goals that they've been pushing, which is Game Pass.
Yeah.
This will definitely stagnate Game Pass growth unless they've got 4 or 5 aces up their sleeves, which we can talk about later, what they could potentially do here. Look, unless they have something, and looking at even the third-party titles that we know about, that we know are due at the end of this year,
right,
there's really not a whole lot there for them to work with. Okay. Losing first-party titles is a big deal. Okay. It's gigantic. And on the level of a Starfield, again, people forget okay, so there's a lot of people out there that probably don't even know Starfield's coming out. As weird as that is to say to gamers, there's a lot of the
people who aren't invested in the in gaming like that. parkour enthusiasts.
Yeah, to all the Call of Duty and Madden players out there, that's all they play every year. They have no idea Starfield's coming. Okay,
No.
they have none. Okay, they don't worry about the Bethesdas of the world. They don't know who Todd Howard is. Maybe they've heard of Skyrim from some of the gaming friends or whatever else, Oblivion, whatever the case may be, Fallout. They probably heard the names, but they don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But to the wider audience, when it comes to the enthusiasts, the gaming hobbyists that do play a lot of different types of games, the 30 million people who bought Skyrim, they are aware Starfield is coming out.
Yes.
Okay. And that was going to move the needle. We already know this. We've seen some anecdotal evidence from people posting saying, hey, I picked up a Series S because, Starfield is coming. I'm going to get invested in the Game Pass because Starfield is coming.
Mm-hmm.
This was a big deal. This leaves a gigantic hole in the holiday lineup. And overall, it is unacceptable from a publisher standpoint, as big as Microsoft and Xbox now are, to not have one first party big home run coming out this year. However, they still potentially have Forza Motorsport, right? That could be their saving grace. But even that, 2 years into the current gen cycle, the series lifetime, to say that you only have, we'll give them Motorsport, but we still don't know if that's for sure, but we're going to assume it's there. They only have one title coming out from their entire publishing line. Look, this goes back to the Xbox One generation when they were only working with about 5 studios. Okay, that was what happened back then. But even during the Xbox One generation, they forced titles out each and every year, even if they weren't the greatest things ever, to say, hey, we got something coming out this year, right? So to lose Starfield and Redfall at the same time does leave a gaping hole and does bring up some questions that I think, again, we don't know any details. This isn't doom and gloom, folks. By the way, when we're talking about the subject, and I've talked about this subject a lot this week, it's hard not to talk about this and not sound doom and gloom, but it's not. Okay, Xbox is not going anywhere. The circus that has been out there, that has been in spaces for 10 hours in one day talking about the same topic legitimately from morning until night, had a spaces open talking about this and how Xbox was dead. Look, we all know that's not the case. Okay, that's intellectually dishonest. Xbox has invested more money than any other company in the gaming at this point. Okay, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be fine. Gamers have the shortest memories in history. When Starfield does finally get a date next year and it's locked in, we're all going to forget about this, that it happened. Okay, yeah. Well, we're not going to forget that it happened, but we're going to move on. Starfield come out. If it's the generational type game we think it is, it's not going to change the Metascore. It's not going to change people's opinions. It's not going to change 20, 30 million people's minds from buying the game or playing the game on Game Pass. Hopefully even more beyond that. Look, we know this, but you have to look at it realistically from the industry standpoint, from the business side of things, that this was a big blow to Microsoft and Xbox. This is not something that I believe was planned. This is not something I believe was known recently or up until recently. I think that all the marketing steel that had been done up to this point was in line with how Bethesda likes to market their games when they have a date set and they know they're going to hit it. All that marketing was leading up to a giant showcase blowout, June 12th. Get ready to play, boys and girls, 11/11/22. It's going to be there. Yeah. All that marketing was leading up to that. Something happened. And I'm going to stand on this hill. Now, I've died on Starfield's heel twice, okay? For everybody out there, I've already apologized in other shows, but I'll apologize again to everybody who I called crazy for saying that Starfield was going to be delayed. Some of you obviously were doing it not intellectually honest, not actually honestly believing that it was going to be delayed in 2023. You just were doing it for the console war narrative. But hey, guess what? You all got it right. Anybody who said it was going to be delayed, I sat here and said you all were crazy. Todd's locked in 11/11/22. It's done deal. All this marketing was leading up to that point. This is classic standard Bethesda. So it leads me to believe, Steel. And again, this is just my opinion. Again, we never will know what happened. that something happened in the last 30 days or so that changed Todd and his team's mind. And I think that's why we saw Phil and Greenberg and the marketing team head out there to Bethesda
Yeah.
to take a look at things, to rework what their plans were going into the showcase, to rework what their plans were going to be for the marketing campaign, because obviously there's no point in marketing something now that we don't even have a date outside of first half of 2023. So you got to rework everything because now you got nothing for 11/11/22, right? So I think that all of that is true, right? This is an L. Okay. As the kids like to say, this is an L for Xbox. This is not something that Phil and his team are popping champagne over, saying, yeah, we lost Starfield till next year. It's great. This is fantastic, right? No, this is not what they planned out. So I think that no matter which way you dice it, you got to look at this and say, what is going on or what happened? And I think something did within the past 30 days. Now I have my speculation. I have my complete 100% speculation that honestly, I think that Todd and his team, because of the size of Starfield and because of a lot of the different mechanics and things that they want to have in this game,
Yeah.
I think that potentially Todd called Phil and said, look, Phil, we can get the game out on 11/11/22, but it's going to be missing certain features that we can't implement by that time frame. So we can release Starfield without this kind of different things, whether it's the building mechanic, which we know is going to be included in this, something. It's a lot. We can release it partially complete on 11/11/22, or we can delay this into 2023, and our entire vision that we have for this game can be done. And I think that's when Phil said, let me hop on a plane, bring everybody out. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to see where it's at. Let's take a look at it together. Let's talk about this and then make the decision. And I think that's exactly what happened. And I think Redfall, to, like you said, Steel, Redfall to a lesser degree, it's still a first party title. It still was going to be, it was still going to be console exclusive, obviously to Xbox's ecosystem. It's still made by Arcane, which has a fabulous reputation in this industry. Not the biggest selling games of all time. Arcane has never been a commercial success, but their games are always critically acclaimed, and people who play them tend to actually really fall in love with their games. Arcane is unique studio. They come with unique ideas, right? So Redfall to a lesser degree is also a hit. But I think Redfall was kind of expected to be delayed. I still was on the train that it was going to be out this year, but I wouldn't have been surprised had they said, hey, holiday instead of summer 2022, we're pushing it. But they came out and also said, look, we're doing the biggest, most ambitious game. This is from Arcane. They're in their tweet. We're doing the biggest, most ambitious game that we've ever tried before. We need more time, so we're moving to 2023. Okay, fine. So be it. But to have both also gone, again, that hole just gets a little bit bigger. So I think something happened. I died on the hill twice for Todd Howard and his team. Like you said, Steele, Todd Howard, and I told you this behind the scenes, he's got some Peter Molyneux to him. Okay. He's got some Peter Molyneux to him where he does overpromise and underdeliver. Now his games still wind up being generational. His games still wind up being unbelievably well received throughout the industry, and that's why he's got the name he does. Whereas Peter Molyneux missed a lot of times, and his games didn't receive outside of, again, Fable, it has its place in history, but not to the level of Elder Scrolls, not to the level of Fallout. But there's videos out there trashing Todd Howard for all the things that he said that have not come true. So Todd's not infallible in any way, shape, or form. But I think this time he really did think that 11/11/22 was written in pen. And I don't think that was a lie, because they don't do marketing like this, Steel. They're not going to waste that hype train. It's a well-oiled machine. Yeah, money. It's a well-oiled machine over at Bethesda. When Microsoft announced the acquisition of ZeniMax, one of the first things that we started talking about was like, boy, they can learn a lot from Bethesda marketing. Xbox can. Because Bethesda does it the right way. And I don't think they would have wasted this hype train knowing that they were going to delay it from 11/11/22. All right. So that's my first thoughts. And again, I take the L on this one. Again, hey, I died on this hill last year saying that no, Starfield was ready. Todd came out and said, nah, we need till 2022, but we're going to be polishing. It's in the polishing stages. It's written in pen, not in pencil. That's why they were comfortable putting that date on it. Look, it didn't happen. So now we got 2023. Okay, cool. All right, so we got that out of the way. Does this come into question about Microsoft and their management style of what they're doing with the studios? Jacob Novak. Peter Molyneux is the former head of Lionhead Studios who created Fable. Okay. Peter Molyneux, go back and look at Peter Molyneux. He had a game called Milo that was going to change the world where you're going to be able to be interactive. This was back in the 360 days. You were going to have interactivity with this kid and you're going to be able to talk to this kid and become best friends with this Milo. look, go back and look at Peter Molyneux's history. He's amazing. He also created Populous, I think is his game as well, which was a god game where you controlled the world. He made huge promises about how his games were going to be, and they under-delivered when they actually came out. Still good games. Again, Fable, no question, place in history, great games, love Fable, but his promises were of something much bigger. So Peter Molyneux is the former head of Lionhead Games. Great visionary, just never met those visions or even came close to them. That's all. Where was I? Okay, so let's look at this. Does this bring into question how Xbox, Microsoft are managing their studios? Now, we've had more stories on Dead Labs, which was a whole separate deal. Yeah. The initiatives, troubles with Perfect Dark. Look, I think that there is something to be asked if they are too hands off with certain teams. I have always said that I love what Microsoft and Xbox are doing. Hands off, let the creatives do what they do best, which is create and go make these incredible experiences for us and just take off the pressure of the finances and all the marketing and all that kind of stuff. I think that is the right way to approach things. However, not every team can be run that way. Not every team or leadership group within the studios themselves can have that complete hands-off approach and be efficient at still creating games, because when it comes to creation and creativity, sometimes you can get lost in the imagination. Sometimes those ideas just keep flowing. We talked about this last night on Xbox Ultimate with 3-Bit, who's actually in the industry, working on games, also in advertising, working on advertising. The man is a creative in himself. And what happens is your imagination can run wild and you can keep creating great ideas and having all these thoughts and all these things on the drawing board and on the, you could be developing all these amazing games, but these games get so big if you don't have somebody directing you. You don't have direction. We see this with Rare, and Everwild is the perfect example, right? Rare created Sea of Thieves. Didn't come out perfect. Now it's one of the biggest games of all time for Microsoft and Xbox. It's fantastic. Again, Rare, unbelievable studio. A lot of the original talent's gone, but they still are an unbelievable studio. But now with Everwild, we see the problems. They show us all this beautiful footage on stage of this great game called Everwild, and really the graphics just looking gorgeous. And then we find out a few months later, well, we really don't know what the game is. And then you see some of the top spots in Rare leave. And then you hear about turmoil. And then you hear about, well, they're going back to the drawing board with the game, right? You hear all this stuff because, again, sometimes even creatives need to have a little bit of a push. Like, hey guys, hey, we have to get this working. We have to get this distilled down into a game at some point. These are all fabulous ideas. Love what you guys got going on here. These ideas are just crazy good. Love what you're putting on paper. Love what you're putting on the computer. Love the graph. Love all of it. But look, we got to get a game out of this. And sometimes it takes the parent, meaning Microsoft, Xbox, to walk into some of the studios and say, hey guys, look, love you all. It's what we brought you on board for. But look, we need to get a game. Like we got to get something, right? We got to get something out of this. So please, we got to get down to business. So is Microsoft and Xbox being too hands off? Now, I say with some of their studios, maybe, yeah, we've seen signs of that, which is okay. That's fine. You can have a couple studios that are floating around out there and just take their time because you got so much talent. Now with Bethesda, it's a little bit different. Bethesda is hands off because that's exactly why they bought ZeniMax, is because the leadership of Todd Howard, Pete Hines is already established. They have 100% confidence in how they create games. They've been creating games for 20 plus years. Okay. They know what they're doing and their roadmap works, and they are a well oiled machine. So I don't think this time around it falls on Microsoft and Xbox, right? I don't think it does. I think this time around, them working on a brand new engine, Creation 2 engine. Again, we can all have discussions about how much of an upgrade that's going to be over the original one, but they do have a new group of engineers that are working on that engine, working with that new engine to create Starfield, a brand new IP. For the first time, I think that their vision got really big and they're trying new things. And I think that maybe that's what cost them here at the end of the day, right? So I think that in this case, I think this was just, they thought they were confident they could hit it, and then something happened within the past 30 days. Maybe something big came up within the game itself where they have to go back and redo it. Maybe it's a combination of a lot of different smaller things with some of the new ideas they have for Starfield. It just wasn't going to work.
Maybe they don't want to be called Bethesda anymore.
Maybe this is quality control, right? And I give credit for Microsoft and Xbox, and we do have to give credit for Microsoft and Xbox. The Microsoft and Xbox of old would have pushed this out.
Well, no, not even Microsoft. Bethesda.
Right. No,
push this out before the deal.
The ZeniMax board would have forced them to push it out, right?
Good point.
When we were talking about the numbers game again, right, Steel? It's when you're a company that's running on a thin line, even if the numbers look great. But we talked about this big budget AAA games can be the downfall of any studio at any given time.
Right.
You saw what happens to CD Projekt Red stock, even though they still sold incredible numbers of Cyberpunk. Look, they invested almost $500 million into marketing for Cyberpunk. One bad game can cost a company, right? And so ZeniMax was in that position. That's why they sold, because the board was looking at the industry and going, geez, we're like one bad game away from maybe not being able to, we're gonna have to close down studios. Arcane was potentially on the chopping block over there. So they would have forced this game out just for the numbers, right? They would have said, hey, you know what? We've already got Bethesda as a reputation. What's one more game? We got to get this thing out the door, right? We got to push this out. We're going to let Todd's name carry this game. It's still going to sell well. We'll fix it down the road and let our modding community do the rest of the fixes, right? But now underneath Microsoft and Xbox, I give them credit. They delayed Halo Infinite, their biggest franchise ever in history, one of the pillars of gaming overall, but certainly Microsoft and Xbox's biggest franchise. They delayed that for a year. Some of us have started talking about whether or not they should have delayed it for another year or 6 months, right? But they did. They made the hard decision to delay it. So now Starfield, hey, Todd, for whatever reason, whatever discussion happened, whatever caused this to happen, Phil didn't flinch. He said delay it, right? They made the call. And so it's delayed 2023, right? So again, I think with this situation specifically, I don't think it's on Phil and Matt Booty, because they're letting the ZeniMax group run themselves the way they always have, because it's a well-oiled machine. I think this is straight up just Bethesda. Some of the smaller studios, Rare, Undead Labs, the stories we've heard out of there, again, maybe Microsoft does, and Phil and his team need to take a look at better balance between hands off and giving direction and saying, hey, we got to get something out the door. But I think this one here with Starfield specifically, and Arcane in Redfall, is just on that. It's just the games. The games are bigger than they thought they were going to be. They needed more time. They had to make the call, and they did, right? So I think that's the case. What else? Look, we can get into this, Steel, and I'll get your opinion on this, because I want to get your opinion on this, because I haven't heard you. So now the showcase, Steel. We got this showcase, right? This was all lined up. Again, that's why I say something happened recently, because Xbox's marketing for the showcase is Starfield center stage. Again, that marketing is the Xbox symbol eclipsing the planet from Starfield. Okay? I'm just telling you guys, if they knew this was going to be delayed from 11/11/22, the marketing would have been completely different for the showcase. Okay? that's not the way they have gone. So when you look at the showcase now, Steel, do you think this changes how they approach the showcase? We were expecting a blowout from Starfield. We were expecting a blowout from Redfall.
Mm-hmm.
Those two big games that were going to kind of carry everything are no longer potentially, well, we know they're not a part of this year. So, and again, we don't even have solid dates for next year.
Right.
So who knows what happens? Again, that's still a wait and see.
Although 2023, let's be fair, is supposed to be rumored and potentially was going to have more in it than 2022 did.
On paper, Steel,
Quote,
it's going to be the biggest. Yeah, on paper, it's going to be the biggest game. It's going to be the biggest year in gaming history. On paper.
On paper.
From Nintendo, from Sony, from Xbox.
Yeah.
Okay, potentially. Yeah. Okay. But for the showcase itself, Steel, do you think this changes? Do you go back and rework the entire showcase? Do you push forward and still have whatever you had for Starfield to be shown? Because they must have already had stuff, right? They must have had the showcase at this point cut, right? Or close to it. They had to know what block of time Starfield was going to take, what block of time Redfield was going to take. They probably had content. Bethesda probably had content ready to show it off. So do you still show this, or do you redo the entire showcase and go back to square one? Do you pull Starfield completely and Redfall completely and focus on the games you know you have coming out for the rest of 2022, and you have dates on for 2023, and then maybe some future hope and dreams, and save the Starfield Redfall? Because again, we know Todd doesn't like to show his game until it's close to release.
Yeah.
What do you do? What do you think happens here, Steel? Do you think this changes everything, brother? What do you do?
Me personally, what would I do in the situation? If I had control of it and Todd came to me and Phil was like, look, Steel, I mean, like, what do you think we should do? I would probably personally, I know traditionally Bethesda does things a certain way. Todd does things a certain way. 6 months out, show you gameplays, and 6 months later, you get the game. Though things are very different. You are trying to sell someone a subscription and give them a semblance of hope. This is something that Sony has been traditionally very good at. And this is part of the reason why they have the huge brand loyalty that they have. Microsoft doesn't have that. Matter of fact, somebody's always looking down the barrel, down the sights, to try to see what they're doing wrong. Me personally, I would break the chain and I would say, you know what? We want to continue the hype train. Let's show them gameplay. When nobody knows 100% what Starfield is in our game, if it's supposed to be so expansive, you can at least give your people 20 minutes of a display. Show it, display it. It's coming out next year, early quarter, like first half. Now, that is something that is important, that is kind of weird to me. They didn't say first quarter, they just said first half, which is really weird. Personally, I want to see a new release date for 3/23/23. Because it sounds good, right? No, it's not like an 11/11/22, you're trying to get in relation with Sky. No, it's not nothing like that. But 3/23/23 would ring some bells. You could market that. I think it looks really good. But I think that's part of the reason why I would want to still see the gameplay, because people like me who are on the fence, like, man, Pong's hyping it up for me. I know the kind of pedigree that they got, and I'm not typically into Bethesda style games. Give me a reason to get hype. Give me a reason to be interested. So show me gameplay. Give me the display. Give me the appetizer, so I can find out if I'm truly interested in the main entree. Because I can judge a place off their appetizers. Your appetizers are hitting. Even if it's just mozzarella sticks, you could tell when they're cooking some mozzarella sticks whether they care or not, right? I know it's something simple, but they get that little extra crunch to it. The cheese is a little extra gooey when you bite into it. And then it has that little flavor as it hits your tongue, and you're just like, oh man, whoever put this batter together is exquisite. That's what I would want to see. So why pull completely out of the stuff? Why completely pull out of whatever you were going to display at the showcase just to fall in line with what you've always done? You're under Xbox now. You're under Microsoft now. So this isn't a separate conversation to have anymore. Oh, that's Bethesda. They're going to keep doing what Bethesda does. No, there's this Xbox now. So what do you need to do in the name of Xbox? That's the bigger picture. You have to sell hope. Xbox, you need to get your marketing right. And this has to be one of those moments where you get the marketing right. Because it is weird to me, personally, why would you announce it before the showcase? As a typical consumer, you could have showed me at the showcase and it said, oh, look, Todd Howard could have came out in that bomb leather jacket that people always clamor about and said, look, we know we said 11/11/22. There's some additional content that we want to get in there. We want to make sure give me the marketing spiel. People love marketing. And they say, but look, we're going to have to delay it, 3/23/23, or whatever date you end up choosing. Maybe don't even give it a date. But you also have to understand, and this is why you have to work on the marketing, because you've already given a date, people are looking for you to give another date. So you have to answer that question. You can't just come out and say in a lackluster way on Twitter or on a social media site and say, oh, it's delayed. And then give me some nonchalant speech about why it's delayed. I don't care whether Phil sees this as a disappointment. He's supposed to feel that way. He's the head of Xbox. He's the head of gaming for Microsoft. Not just Xbox. Head of gaming for Microsoft. He represents Microsoft. Microsoft does not like to be seen losing. Period. So of course he's going to feel the after effects of this. So he's got to come out with again, more marketing spiel to tell the people, man, yeah, this is disappointing. We don't want things to go this way. But you cannot tell me that they were just together. So something must have happened. There must be other things that are in play where they felt confident enough, because at the end of the day, it's business. Bill could have simply said, no, Todd, look, I know we got a good relationship going on, but we literally have nothing. We didn't cut any deals. We literally have nothing to help us get into the call. I need something. Is there some way we can get around this? Something. Obviously, that wasn't it. And we know that Phil has a good relationship with Todd. So that conversation could have went many different ways. I don't think it was I know some people have said Todd came up to Phil's house and poured, I think you brought that up.
I did. That was my story, man. They sat back and I had a scotch and a cigar and
it was like, by the
way,
way,
rocking
Phil,
chairs. Yeah.
It was like, by the way, Phil, I got to delay it.
Yeah, we need 2023.
No, I don't think that's what that was. I think this is more so, again, because of how the advertising is gone for the showcase, that it could be of two minds. So I can see why it can be seen as, yeah, this had to have been a deal that was made or a decision that was made very recently. But this also could have been something that they've been working on in the background and had finally come to decision when they got together. Maybe they saw, again, from what they looked like, it looked like they were in a theater, like an auditorium.
Yeah, no, they were definitely watching.
They were watching something.
Yeah, they for sure.
So they could have decided then, like you brought up earlier, they showed them these whatever they had, and then Todd could have said yes, and then his team could have said it, but this is what we're trying to add and what we want to get added in to add on to the experience. What do you guys think? And maybe the whole auditorium was like, well, shit, delay it. We got plenty of other content that's coming. Phil's cut deals, Matt Booty's cut deals. Sarah Bond is getting out here, and we're making sure that we got things coming into Game Pass. So we're going to make Game Pass continue to live. We're going to give people a reason to continue to invest in Game Pass, because you cannot tell me as a consumer that 3 games that you're interested in, if they come into Game Pass, whether they're second or third party or not, they can be available on all systems. If you're paying $15 a month for a service, and you get 3 games. And even if you just did 2, I guarantee you it's going to end up being more. You see 2 or 3 games at the showcase that you see that are potentially interesting, or you see throughout the year that are second or third party games, and they come directly into Game Pass, you've already solidified your dollar. You have exactly what you need to continue to stay invested because you were given a reason. Are you going to do that? You're going to pay $60, $70 for it. Let's be real. I know people say, oh, well, everybody wants everything to go into this service and that's all they care about. People don't spend money on games anymore. Well, we know that's false. You're being intellectually dishonest, like Pong mentioned earlier with some of the other conversation, because of how these things go. There's been numbers and facts have come out to prove otherwise. People have actually spent more money on gaming because of gaming services that are seemingly doing it right. I'm not saying that it's perfect, but it's seemingly doing it right. You get someone interested, they're playing games that they've never played before. This Game Pass is not for somebody who plays every AAA game that comes out. It's not. You have zero reason to invest in Game Pass if all you care about is AAA games. Honestly, you shouldn't subscribe to any subscription service if you only care about AAA games. You shouldn't, because neither side has anything to give you other than Nintendo. Nintendo would be the most successful at selling you first-party games in a service, because they're not scared to rehash and give you the same content. They're releasing another 2 more Pokemon games at the end of the year, and without fully supporting Arceus, that look like Arceus. That's fucking insane. But it's Nintendo. So to me, I don't want the showcase to go continue as it is. Show me what you have. Show me your wares. Let's give the people something, because right now they still don't know anything. Let's give them a story beat. Let's give them something to continuously build that hype, because you know what? You show content, guess what people are going to do on YouTube? Make content. Oh, look who showed with Starfield. Oh, where can this go? Oh, is it really the Han Solo simulator we were all clamoring for? Or is it just really Fallout in space? What is it? And that's going to do more good for your game than continuously holding and waiting 6 months before release. Where are you going to wait till the Keighley show at the end of the year to show gameplay for Starfield?
No, because it's not the place to do a blowout anyways.
Exactly.
You'd have to do it. You'd have to do it next year sometime.
So why? So there's no other time for it to make sense unless you're going to do it. Are you going to have another Bethesda show at the end of the year?
Or unless you're going to actually hold it until 11/11/23, and then you do it next year's showcase.
But then if you hold it until 11/11/23, then you just blatantly lie to the people again.
Well, right. No, you and I are agreement.
And that gives you even more negative marketing. And that's not what you need right now. You're under Bethesda, you're under Microsoft, you're under Xbox. They already have bad marketing that they really need to work on, because it doesn't work that great all the time. It doesn't get blown out like it's supposed to. Microsoft should be treating Game Pass like a whore. To be honest with you, put it everywhere. Hey, look, every 30 seconds, well, not every 30 seconds, but no matter what you're into, I should be seeing a lot more advertising for Xbox and Game Pass than I normally see. And maybe it's just because I got YouTube Premium, so I don't see these advertisements and ads like I would normally if I wasn't subscribed. Maybe so I'm not seeing it. So let me know, chat, are you seeing the advertisements for it? That's what they need to do at this showcase. Blow it out. Show people the reason why they need to get invested in Game Pass. Because yes, content does matter, but it is not back in the day where first-party games are the reason why you buy consoles. Yes, I got a PlayStation 1 because of Crash Bandicoot. Hell yeah. But that was just a cool game that it was out at the time. So you got that console. It's different now. Majority of gamers play Call of Duty and sports games. And the sports games are seemingly coming out sooner and sooner on Game Pass. 2K22 MLB came out day and date. 2K22 came out 6 months after release. NHL 22 is 6 months after, came in 6 months after release. FIFA 22 is 6 months after. Like, you see the pattern that's going on here? So EA sees the deal. 2K sees the deal. Obviously, 2K is getting from it, and 2K is greedy. And obviously, they're seeing some success from it, or they wouldn't have done it. They got me to play 2K. I haven't invested any money. But they got me to play 2K, and that's what they want. Am I enticed to get a couple packs because I want to see if I can get a higher grade Michael Jordan? Goddamn right. See if I can get a higher grade Kobe? Goddamn right, I'm having a fucking blast playing with my 96 Kobe. He's not even the best player in the game in the My Team mode. You know what I'm saying? But I'm tearing shit up with him. I got Olajuwon. I got a 98 Olajuwon. He's a fucking monster. He be busting threes for me. It is enticing. At the showcase, I'm going to stand my ground with it. They should still show Starfield. I don't think they should scrap the whole show and show some different things. But you do have to give, if anything, you do have to give more. You may need to slot some other things in to give people the reason to stay invested in Game Pass. Because at the end of the day, you are selling a service. And like Netflix or anything else, you do not want people to unsubscribe. I know people are comparing it to Netflix, and some people are saying, "Oh, well, Game Pass is losing subs." There is no truth to that. You have no numbers to prove that to me. You're only saying that because Netflix is losing subscribers. And again, we got to stop comparing these other digital services to gaming. Yeah, it's something completely different. It is not the same.
It's an easy comparison, but once you
consume
on a surface
so
level,
like,
you can't use it.
It's you consume it so differently that, look, if you're somebody who's a gamer and you don't play games just for first party, because the majority of people don't just play games for first party. You want a reason to stay invested in an ecosystem for gaming. And games could come out, you can find out that you have a backlog, all of a sudden you download 10 games and boom, you have a reason to stay invested. You're not gonna play 10 games at one time. Not everybody's gonna be a grazer. Not everybody's gonna be me, who puts hundreds of hours of games to try to complete every game they play. There's gonna be plenty of people who are in the middle, which is the audience that we're trying to reach. 3 billion gamers out there. And we're capped to 500 million between PC and console. Can't even touch a billion. That's fucking insane. Because the rest are on the mobile market. You have to give these people who are still your enthusiasts a reason to invest in your ecosystem. And that's what we're moving into right now. And I do think the showcase is going to be another Game Pass expo. Like kind of what we had. Oh, there's 30 games. These 30 games are going to be on Game Pass. Look, to make up for Starfield not releasing this year, you might have to do something similar. But I kind of think that was already in the plans. Okay. Which is why Phil came out and said, look, I understand it's disappointing and we're working on it. Well, I want to do better. And yes, you can say that he said the same thing different ways, 6 times, reversed it, flipped it. He Missy Elliott. He took it that way. And look what we got. Microsoft's been dead for who knows how long. Only thing you got last year was Halo and Forza. And now we're hearing, oh, Marcus Phoenix collection. I fucking really hope they don't release a Marcus Phoenix collection. Because you know what we're going to have the conversation of? Oh, all Xbox can release is Halo, Gears, and Forza. That's all they got.
But you kind of want it. So
of course, selfishly, I want it. That's me, right. But I'm a Gears fan. But right. As a Gears fan, I also want the IP to take a break. Because you have been carrying an entire pub on your back. So it's like that. Maybe that's why I'm not as hard on Halo as some other people may be. Maybe that's why I'm not as hard as on Gears as some other people may be. Because these IPs have been carrying. There's no excuse. But I do enjoy them for what they are. Mm-hmm. They have a lot to prove at this showcase, 100%. And again, like we talked about last year, 2022 was already supposed to be a light year. It was already anticipated. we were hearing rumblings and rumors and Starfield announcement that, oh damn, well, even I've said, hey, they said 2022 is supposed to be a weak year, and I mean, it ain't been weak so far. We're still early into the year. I also can be honest and say I also have a different perspective on just gaming overall. I don't play games just for first party.
Right.
Shout out to Lore Master Jasper, if you guys aren't following him on YouTube. But shout out to Jasper. I had a conversation with him the other day where I was like, you know, I don't really consider myself that where I buy consoles or I just play games because they're first party. He was like, well, you play Halo, you play Gears, you play Forza. I'm like, yeah, but that's more out of a genuine interest for those titles. I really love those games. Not because it's on one specific platform, it's because I genuinely love those games. And I've been playing those games for a long time. Mm-hmm. But then you have your Elden Rings of the world, then you have Forspokens of the world, then you have the Division 2s of the world, then you have your backlog that you look back, you have your Arkhams of the world that you go back and you look like, damn, you know, I looked over this game at the time. Let me get back into here. And I don't mind doing that. Because I do like getting new experiences and playing games that I might have not touched on before. That now that I have grown a little older, okay, maybe I got an interest in that now. Mass Effect, is always going to be the biggest example for me. I didn't play Mass Effect at the time, not because I didn't want to. I didn't even know about Mass Effect. I had no idea about Mass Effect. I've heard people talk about it. It's like, oh, whatever, you know, Mass Effect, RPG game, cool, sounds good. But I never really thought about it. Why? Because I was playing multiplayer games. And then years later, Legendary Edition comes out. I experience it. It's like, what the damn? This fucking game is fantastic. But it's also a benefit to me because I played all 3 games back to back. So I got that experience, right?
In the best light possible.
In the best light possible. That too. Dead Space, same thing. There's a remake coming out. I played Dead Space for the first time last year. The first one. And I don't like scary games like that. I just don't. It doesn't appeal to me, 1, and 2. Like the whole jump scare shit, I'm gonna break something with all the jump scares. I'll fuck around and punch a screen, something. So in Dead Space, they really threaded that fine line for me personally between both, giving you that anxiety, but also making you feel like you can defend yourself though. Learn the mechanics. You can defend yourself. You might be surprised every now and then when that monster, fucking tentacle monster comes to grab your leg and you're trying to fucking aim the fucking aiming mechanics on first Dead Space weren't that great, which I can imagine they're definitely looking at adjusted that in the remake. I can guarantee you they're doing that because boy, it was a struggle to try to shoot the tentacle from grabbing you into the fucking vent. Yeah, it was a struggle. It was frustrating at some points. I can't shoot this shit. Now typically it never took more than 3 tries, but still. They're remaking it, and guess what? I'm gonna play it again in its new light. And I'm not somebody who plays games multiple times. But it showed me a genre. It showed me something that I can get down with, that I can support. And I think that's gonna be the biggest thing with that going into the showcase. Giving the gamers a reason to. Yeah, and I agree with you, D4. Dead Space is far from scary. Like, yeah, after the first 2 hours, the first hour of the game, you're like, okay, this game isn't as bad as it kind of seems. Now, it could be eerie still, and it could still be kind of anxiety.
There's jump scares. It is what it is.
There's definitely sections. And people are gonna feel different ways. People can handle scares different ways. So I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm one of those that I've watched Paranormal Activity, and I've also seen things in real life that have been kind of questionable. So I'm a little bit more sensitive to those types of things. But I'll be honest. But again, I do think this is gonna definitely be a prime opportunity and this is always gonna be a constant conversation for Xbox to work on their marketing, for them to give their players a reason to stay invested. And that's what they're going to have to do to make up for these holes that they've left for first party. Because no, as far as we know, I don't know what other first party games are going to come out this year. Other than Forza.
Maybe.
And that could be a big maybe. Because you also have Horizon that is doing well. You haven't announced DLC for it, so I know we're gonna get that. You're gonna show Horizon DLC and Motorsport?
Well, they would, but again, the whole thing
Back to
too,
back.
Steel, is they've shown that they're not scared of delaying games now, right? So if Forza Motorsport, and we know Turn 10's, again, they're beta testing, all that's great. We know that's the fact, but Turn 10's helped out other studios to get their games out. They worked on Halo Infinite. They helped Playground with Fable. So if that Motorsport isn't ready, we've already seen them delay Halo Infinite, now Starfield. Bill ain't going to be scared to delay Motorsport if necessary and push it, right? So if it ain't ready, it ain't ready. So this year could go by with no major AAA game from the first party studios, right?
Hey,
it really could.
Shout out to Silverback, captain for old games, SMH.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I mean,
hell yeah.
All gamers are different, man. You're going to enjoy what you want to enjoy. Again, if you're looking for those brand new experiences and that's what you want, great.
That's all you want?
Absolutely. Again, nothing but respect to the people who can play whatever game they want at many hours as they want. You can spend 12 hours of your day on the game and complete every game in succession, and you're an achievement hunter. Yo, shout out to y'all, man. Much love, much respect. But it takes one PvP game for me not to care about any other single game. One. So it just depends on your perspective, man. If that's what you care about, cool. But we're here to have an open discussion. We talk about games overall. That's what makes Living Splitscreen different from a lot of other platforms that you may be used to. We talk about everything. We talk about the industry because we care about the industry, not about just specific platforms. We're way beyond those conversations. We're not trying to have 20-year-old conversations. This isn't 2000. This isn't 2005. Not the same.
Yeah, gaming's gone way beyond all that. At least for us. Again, if you're that person, cool. Totally cool. Everybody games differently. Again, people play Candy Crush, to me, are gamers. So I don't care at the end of the day. But to get back on to the showcase, Steel, it's interesting that you think that you would like them to just do it, right? Yeah. If they got the Starfield stuff ready, blow it out, give us some hope, give us a showing of what we could experience. Here's my problem with that, Steel. Here's my problem.
Yeah, give us some pushback.
It's because we don't have the date next year. We don't know for sure what they're planning.
That's true.
We don't know how this is going to go, right?
True.
To do that is like the biggest tease in the world, brother. And I know that marketing is about teasing, and they do it to us all the time, right? Yeah. You can even go back last year and say that little short trailer they put together and put 11/11/22 on there was a tease, right? That was an absolute tease. But for me, for all of us fans that were looking forward to Starfield, to have this happen, to get the bad news out of the way, right? Okay. And then to come into the showcase and be like, hey guys, we know we just gave you some really disappointing news, but here we're gonna show you what you're missing out on. Mm-hmm. Sucks, man. It would suck. Like I honestly at this point, of course I want to see it. Look, I'm not going to sit here and try to fake it and say, nah, I don't want to see it at all now. Of course I want to see it, right? I'm the kid though that opens up and wants to know all of his Christmas presents before Christmas, right? I've said from the beginning, if I was Phil, I'd be showing the entire roadmap for the next 5 years, right? That would be me. Like I want all the surprises out of the way. But realistically, I don't want to see a big blowout right now. If they want to give me something small, if they want to give me another small taste, like of like one piece of the gameplay, right? If they want to give me like, here's kind of what, like a short story trailer, kind of showing some of the character interactions with the NPCs, and maybe like a piece of like showing like some of a town or a city or one of the planets, right? I'm cool with that, right? I just don't want to see a big blowout with the building and with the
No, I don't want to see any of that. I don't want to see any of that.
With the flight and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to see that. So if you want to give me a short 2-minute trailer where you give me a glimpse, I'm cool with that. That's fine.
2 minutes is kind of short.
Well, okay. I'm just saying, I would just like to see something short again and be done and move on to what we can expect going forward.
Yeah.
And if you have anything for 2022, if you got those aces up your sleeves, that's where that spotlight needs to go to for me.
I agree.
Yes, I know we're still going to see more teases of stuff coming. I know that we're going to get stuff like Avowed deserves a blowout. So if Avowed is coming in early 2023, we need to see that game. Okay. And put the spotlight on that game, right? If Motorsport is going to be ready, put the spotlight on Motorsport, right? That's what I'm saying. Like Redfall, I think, as I talk about this more, I've been talking about this all week, but Redfall is always the forgotten child here, the redheaded stepchild here. It kind of is, even though for me, I was like, looter shooter, arcane, hell yeah, let's go. Vampires, yeah, let's do this. But for me, I think Redfall probably already was planned on being delayed. I think Redfall, they were already in the know that this game was not going to be ready. That's why we didn't see any more marketing for it leading up.
Other than the leaks that we got early on.
Other than the leaks, I think they knew that that one was done, right? I think that they were already planning for that. So I don't think that Redfall was any part of the showcase. I think they were already planning on having it kind of just, hey, we're delaying it. We'll talk about it more later. But I think with Starfield, I think that you still give me a short piece, but then you turn everything focused on the games that are coming out that you have dates for, and the Game Pass stuff that you may have lined up for the rest of this year and early next year. And I think that you have to, if you've got any surprises that you've been holding, a Kojima deal, whatever the case may be, that's where you put all your effort into at this point. Even though your marketing is all based around Starfield, even though everybody coming out of this showcase, most gamers who are in this community that are like us, that are passionate about it, that are following it, after the showcase is done, I still think it's going to be a fantastic showcase. I think it could still even top last year's showcase, but for the fans and everybody that was so hyped for Starfield, at the end of the show, it's still going to feel like just wait longer. Another one of those, just wait longer. So what you have to do, like you were talking about, Steel, because you still need Game Pass. Like I said, I think the Starfield thing stagnates Game Pass this year. I don't think Xbox, unless they have something huge up their sleeve, which again, I don't think they do, but maybe they got to expect that it's going to flatline. Okay. It is going to flatline this year. It's not going to be, but you still have to, like you were talking about, Steel, create value for Game Pass. You still have to continue to push. Yeah, you still have to continue to push the narrative that Game Pass is the best value in gaming, and that just because you're not going to have a big home run. And again, Motorsport, for us, Steel, you and me, is a big AAA game, but let's be real, it's not Horizon. Horizon broke through the barrier to different people, right?
Yeah.
Motorsport being a sim racer is not going to have that breakthrough, right? But for us, it's still going to be a big deal. But since you don't have that, you still have to say, look, we know we don't have any of that big game this year, but we are still increasing the value of Game Pass exponentially by having all these extra deals. Right. And again, I talked about Age of Empires 4 on console version, another niche, but you got to put the spotlight on that, right?
Yeah.
If Atlas is now on board, if you got Atlas and you got Persona, bro, you got to put the spotlight on that. Again, niche, yes, absolutely 100%, but you're building value for other people outside of your core base to maybe think about, well, I don't have Starfield. I was going to jump into Game Pass because of Starfield. Now I'm not so sure. If you give them enough reasons and you just hit on one or two things that get people interested, you'll at least get them to come over, right, and try it out. And I think that's what you got to do here. So again, you're never going to be able to fill the Starfield void. You're not. You're just not going to do it. But you can attempt to at least get it halfway filled by having enough stuff lined up. And I think that's where you turn your focus to. And you say, guess what? Big disappointments. 2022 didn't turn out the way we thought it was going to be. Of course, you don't say this, but look at what we do have. Look at all this great stuff still coming. You got all this to look forward to. Again, as a gamer, Steel, and you talked about your gaming habits. As me, as a gamer, as a grazer, right? I'm not doom and gloom at all in any way, shape, or form. I'm all for delays. I want the games to be right. Delay them. I will never be without a game, right? I'm not going to be here come on November 11th, 2022 and be going, God, I got
have no
nothing to play.
games to
I got nothing to
play.
play, man. God, Starfield was my everything. I got nothing right now. I'm not going to be that game, right? At all. And that's what you have to continue to push the narrative. You got to make more people like me graze games. Like you got to invest in that. And they are. They're investing heavily in that. But you got to continue that push even without Starfield and say, no, we don't have the Starfield. We don't have that big one. But we got all this other stuff that you may be interested in. Come over and check us out, right? You have to do that. And then sell the hope for next year that 2023. And I'll say this. We talked about kind of the questions about Phil and the team, about the roadmap and whether or not they're too hands off, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Here's what I'll say, Steele. Again, this just wait longer thing, wait till next E3 became a meme because of last generation with Xbox.
It did.
And now it's carried over again to this generation, which it shouldn't have, but it did. Look, pandemic, people are sick of excuses. I get it. I'm sick and tired of hearing about stupid stuff too. Look, it's real. It happened. It is what it is. But 2022, this has to be the final year where they get the pass, Steele. This has to be starting 2023. I said it last night on Xbox Ultimate. Outside of a meteorite hitting the Earth, some unknown thing happening that turns the world into turmoil again.
Yeah.
2022 has to be the last year that Xbox has this problem. It really does. They don't have the goodwill that Nintendo and Sony developed over decades. Xbox has been here for decades now, but they've had their ups and downs. 360 was fantastic, on top of the world, but they still had the red ring of death.
Yes.
Okay? They still had negativity attached to that era.
Mm-hmm.
But they built up a ton of goodwill, and then they just completely nuked it come Xbox One, right? They completely nuked it until halfway through when Phil took over and started this new vision. And they slowly started building that up, but they don't have the Sony credibility, right? Sony destroyed a lot of their credibility with PS3, but then they turned it around PS4 to such a level that everybody kind of forgets about the PS3, and we're back to, oh, well, actually PS3 won the generation, right? But PS1, PS2, man, they built up a ton. They burned through a lot with the PS3, especially the beginning.
Brought it back with PS4.
And then brought it all back up with PS4, right? They're back. So they can burn. And they're starting to burn through some goodwill right now. There's been some missteps with Sony, but they're still there, right? Xbox doesn't have that play anymore. They had a whole generation, basically, where they burned through every little last scrap of goodwill that they had. They are now rebuilding. So again, 2022 has to be the last year that we have this kind of situation. 2023 has to be, and I'm saying this without a doubt, has to be the year that Phil, in his words about having one first-party AAA game per quarter, has to come to fruition. It has to. 2023, we can't have this missteps anymore. Otherwise, there really does have to be some questions being asked. Because 2023, on paper, now that you have Redfall and Starfield moving there, you have Avowed seemingly going to be ready. You have all of this lined up for you. That has to happen next year, right? So I think that this has got to be the last year where we say, okay, this sucks, but we just got to wait a little bit longer. Because you have a fan base that put up with this for an entire generation, right? You have fans, loyal fans. Not again, me. I started the last generation on PS4 because Xbox wasn't speaking my language. Again, right. I go where my money, my value for my wallet, I think is being best put.
Right.
And so they earned me back with Game Pass, right? They earned me back. They 100%. I'm in.
Right.
But for all the loyal fans who stuck it out, that were there through all of it, this just wait a little bit longer. I know we disappoint. It's a disappointment. We got to fix this. Look, 2023's got to be it, man. 23's got to be where you're hitting. So that's all I'm gonna say.
And I mean, I do agree with some of that, but the part that I will have to disagree on as far as that goes is because they are using Game Pass as the vehicle to move them forward. They can cut deals to keep people enticed in investing into Game Pass. Again, it only takes word of mouth to spread around that you have to spend money over here versus what you're paying over here to get the same thing.
Still,
that's going to become a conversation at some point.
Still, here's the caveat. First party, as we've talked about, creates the identity for your brand. It doesn't carry your brand. Third party carries your brand. First party does create the identity that keeps people around for certain franchises, still to this day. And again, Xbox is getting away with it, or getting away from it, I should say, because they've put everything on PC. And I understand their vision. You and I have talked about this. I can't wait for the day where hopefully all my content is under one kingdom, and no matter where I buy it from, I just go to one spot and play it, right? I want that eventually. But right now, it still creates an identity. But here's the deal, Stu. Activision Blizzard changes everything, because then if that closes end of this year, early next year, right? That changes the landscape, because then Call of Duty, one of the biggest third-party titles, if not the biggest third-party title in history outside of Grand Theft Auto Online, comes into Game Pass day and date. And you can expect that, and you can see that in Game Pass. That changes everything. They are technically then first party, even though it will still be everywhere.
Right.
It won't matter to the masses like you talk about. It won't matter, because Xbox will have the marketing and be able to say Game Pass, Call of Duty, all of them, day and date for the new one. Come on over, and you're going to get that Game Pass even without any other big AAA first parties.
You get good faith back. So, I mean, the biggest point with that is that if you cut smart deals like Sony has done in the past, like Nintendo has, and like Sega used to do back in the day, if you cut good deals, you can garner all that you have lost back. You can swing that momentum one way or the other. That's the thing about playing the game differently, where we're still in this gray area about how the game should be played or how it's going to be played. Because there is one side that is doing it, and like I used the reference earlier, and then the other side has one hand on the fence, like, maybe I'll cross it, but we'll get there when we need to. If we need to. Xbox hasn't proven to me that we have to go that way. I mean, at the end of the day, shout out to Silverback again. He says, I don't buy it. You guys will still be capping, even if 2023 is another dry year. They don't have to produce to keep you.
Look.
And I don't agree with that statement either. Because
Silverback, because we criticize here. Let me go first, y'all. I'll let you finish.
Okay,
Let me just go real quick. Let me go, because I was just going to respond to him, actually. Silverback, look, I don't know how long you've been listening to us or whatever the case may be, or where you come from. If you are straight Sony player, right? I'm not a straight Xbox player. I don't own a PlayStation right now, but again, I started last generation as a PlayStation player after coming from the 360. I go where my money is valued for me. Again, this isn't about anything else. I don't need first party titles. I don't need like all these first party titles to say I'm getting value from Xbox on Game Pass, because I'm a grazer. I play everything. So for me, I get value every single month out of Game Pass, whether their first party titles are dropped or not. We give credit where credit's due. Sony capitalized last generation. Sony has some of the best third person, over the shoulder action, narrative driven movie titles out there. Okay. They develop that, and they deserve all the credit in the world. Right. But I don't need those titles per se to make me happy. I need what Game Pass gives me, the variety, the diversity. You're right. Even if next year their first party titles aren't going to come out, I will still say Game Pass is a value for me as a gamer. However, I will be on this show criticizing them like we just did earlier, that there are some questions that need to be asked about what the hell is going on when you have this many studios and you're not putting out content. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That question.
So absolutely. Go ahead, Seal.
No, I mean, 100%. I mean, and again, like you said, yeah, it's his first time checking us out.
Yeah,
which is dope.
Thank you for checking us out, by the way. So, great to have you here, man.
And this is another part of the show that we really value, because we love when people bring up differing opinions or bring up other conversation, because we can't open it up to newer people who might not be used to what we do here. If you go back through our content, it'll tell you enough about what we do here. But just to try to spill the beans a little bit, for me, I am only invested in and care about what I am genuinely interested in. There is not a single other game, if I do not have genuine interest for it, that I'm going to get into. It's not like that. I know people like to say, oh, well, you know, I'm a gamer, so I get every system. I feel you. I'm the guy who, again, will sit here and say, I didn't get a PlayStation 4 for any of the games that you could probably mention. Matter of fact, the one I'm going to bring up, I had to import to get the English subtitles for the game from Singapore. That released in Japan, because it originally released in Japan. And that's the only place where they had English subtitles, where I could get it from, imported from Amazon. And that allowed me to play Spider-Man. That allowed me to touch on God of War. That allowed me to touch on Bloodborne. No, only 2 games that I ended up completing in totality and that I only cared about before I let my PlayStation 4 sit for almost 2 years.
Oh, don't forget Factions.
That was PlayStation 3. I didn't touch Factions on PlayStation 4.
Oh, you didn't play? Oh, I thought you played on PlayStation.
I didn't buy Last of Us again. When I found out that because I bought the game on PlayStation 3 and it didn't move forward with me, so I had to buy the game again.
Yeah, well, of course. You didn't buy it, though. I thought you did.
No, I didn't buy it on PlayStation 4. I played the game already. I had plenty of time on PlayStation 3 with it. So no, I didn't get it on PlayStation 4. But Gundam Breaker 3 and Spider-Man were the only 2 games that I've completed in totality in PlayStation before I let my console sit. That to me felt like a waste, because I bought other games that I no longer will have access to until I play a PlayStation 5. And honestly, I don't feel like it's a waste because I don't spend my money and feel like it's wasteful or feel like I wasted my money on anything, unless the game turns out to be trash. Unless the game comes out to be not as great as I wanted it to be, right? That's when I start kind of having some regrets. Like, damn, like Outriders. It's like, damn, I was having a good time with it. Now I'm hitting back and forth reports about it, whether they're going to support it, whether they're not. Like, what's going on? They're not making money from it. Like, what's going on with that? Game lost me towards the end of the game. Now they're coming out with DLC that you got to pay another $40 for. What? I haven't found enough of a reason to spend that money to invest my time back into it. Now I'm on more. I imported the same game, same version. Gundam Breaker 3, a break edition. Only available overseas. Have to import it. That's me, though. And gaming should only be driven by your personal interests. Just like anything else that you care about. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the show, a little bit in the background. Let your interests drive you. Don't let other people drive your interests. That makes no sense. You're giving yourself a terrible time. This is supposed to be fun. That's why I'm not an achievement hunter. I play games for what they are on the hardest difficulty. All the gameplay that you see right here on Living Splitscreen is my gameplay. Not, oh, I didn't cut it from some. No, this is me playing the game. I played Division 2 last night, 2.5 hours. Check out the gameplay. Play it for you in the background. Enjoy it. That's with any game. You're not going to see a game here that I genuinely didn't have an interest in, because that doesn't make sense. Good point. I'm a Sony fan. I like AAA, but I think there's room for a Game Pass model and a AAA model. I have no interest in Game Pass, but to each their own. Hey, man, and that's
what we preach.
And that's what's dope. That is mad. Yep. That is, to me, in Pong, that's part of the reason why we started the show, because that is fucking dope to me.
Yep. You know who you are as a gamer, Silverback. And that's
you like AAA? Bro, I want more AAA games. I do. I don't want single player or AAA games to die. And in the current model, there's been too many people who have come out and came out against it and said that the current model doesn't work. It is rare now for a game to come out in the first 6 months and do the kind of numbers that Elden Ring has. It doesn't happen frequently anymore. They haven't told us the number for Horizon yet. Why? Probably because it's not as high as they want it to be. That's perfectly fine. It doesn't have to sell 20 million copies in order to fit or fulfill whatever audience. But if you want the next game, if you want the next iteration, if you enjoyed that game, there has to be something to fund it. If they're not seeing the necessary numbers, you can't have somebody come out and say, yeah, 20 million over 5 years. It's just not good enough. And then you continue to think that they're just going to keep putting out those games if they're going to cost more and more money to make. Like the trade-off doesn't go hand in hand with each other. There is, and that's what makes this entire space interesting, because the model was AAA games do sell your console. AAA games are the reason why you invest. Now, has that ever been my reason? No, but I've always been diverse in my gaming though. And I've never been able to help that. The first console I personally bought was an Xbox 360. Me. In 2006, 2007. It was the first console I've also completely modified. I took that console apart. I spray painted it. I put the Bleach Soul Society icon on it. I was obsessed with my 360, and then it red ranked. So I feel like I'm Microsoft isn't all peachy deary to me. There's a lot of things that need to be worked on. And the marketing is complete garbage when you're looking at competition. Nintendo does it better. Sony does it better. Valve does it better. You got to get it right at some point. So I do agree with you in some semblance. Yeah, next year you got to get this shit together. You got to give the people who are enthusiasts, who are your vocal minority, honestly, a reason to start that word of mouth. Because if you don't, you're just going to run into the opposite direction. But that's why I also say that, look, depending on what kind of deals can get cut, depending on what kind of offering you can give the people, and whether that's going to validate your Game Pass subscription, it's only going to be in the eyes of the beholder. Like the saying goes, beauty is only in the eyes of the beholder. Just because you think a certain type of chick is bad, you might like Sade. Maybe I like Janet Jackson a little bit more. Maybe I think Janet Jackson's more attractive. I think the opposite, personally, but it's that same kind of thing. Maybe you like Beyonce and I like Rihanna. You know what I'm saying? Personally, I think Rihanna's better, but it's just preference at that point. They're still beautiful women. Maybe you like, for the girls out there, maybe you like Tom Cruise, and maybe you like Henry Cavill. Shout out to Henry Cavill, who's also a gamer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
Henry Cavill's a big nerd. I love that dude.
I love Henry Cavill. He's good people. It's all personal preference at the end of the day.
Right.
Drake, Disco, who you go on down the line, it's anything that you get into. And the most important thing is that we can have an open conversation about where the industry is going. Mm-hmm. And that's what this is pointing out. Is this Game Pass model going to work if you can't even get your first party games in check? Is the hands-off approach that you seemingly have, is that going to work for you? Right. Can't get your studios in order. So what's going on? Right. And then when you have games like Halo, who's getting bad press, now I do think people are being extreme, like most of the internet society is nowadays, because you just have a voice and feel like you can say whatever you want. But bad press is bad press. You have to be able to reverse that somehow. And that's why I just tie back into Starfield being showed at the showcase and the showcase overall. Well, I think it's important for them to show their wares. I want to see a 10 to 15 minute display of Starfield. Give me a reason. What is this? Why should people still be interested in this after you delayed it? But I also, again, agree, it's a fine line. Because if I don't get a date,
yeah,
after you just gave me a date that you said was in pen, we're going to be having a different conversation. Again,
and you're not going to get a date.
Press.
They're not.
And you're going to get more, and you're going to end up getting more bad press. Is what you're going to show going to hit the people hard enough to where you can take that? Like, yeah, they didn't give us a date, but man, did you see the way that game looked? Oh, did you see the way that they did this? And he walked out into the spaceship, and then he was flying, and he landed, and there was like factions there, and they got into a gunfight, and man, that shit was crazy. Yeah, I personally want to see that. And 100%, a lot of it is just console war ammunition. And again, people have their preferences, and I'm not here to argue preferences. No. I'm here to talk about the industry, how we're going to move forward, I will give you my personal likes, but like I've said here, and like I tell people all the time, if we're only going to talk about what I care about, we're going to have a very short conversation about like what I personally, the only thing I care about. We're going to have a very short conversation. And gaming means more to me than that. It always has. I never looked at gaming one-sided, especially when I was on my GameCube wasn't a big thing. But I fucking love Sonic Riders or Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on that GameCube. Fucking the greatest games that ever existed on that goddamn system. I thought those little discs were the greatest invention of all time. Come to find out they only did it so they didn't get pirated. Like,
Terrible.
I like the game. I like the lunchbox. We have thousands of hours in those consoles. Dreamcast, same thing. Original Xbox, PlayStation 2. It should be about gaming across the board, and I think that's what's an amazing thing about it. Yes, there's a lot to prove going into this next year. I believe on both sides, but for me, it's not just first party that needs to show their wares. It has to be second party, third party, and even indies. Because again, we have to be honest with each other. Indies are the only ones that are pushing our industry forward right now. Everybody else is spending too much money and are scared to take that leap out to do something different. Everybody. Indies.
And I think the big deal with the showcase Steel too is that it went from being a Starfield hype fest, getting excited for November, along with all the extra stuff that we were going to see, to now a showcase filled with questions that need to be answered.
Yes,
right. And
that's
100%. That's the big difference, because now it turned from, oh my God, we're going to finally see Starfield. All the people that were saying, hey, we haven't seen it yet, why are you guys so hyped? You were going to get your answers, your answers to your questions. All the rest of us that were already hyped for Starfield just because it was a Todd Howard game, we're going to hopefully be justified in our hype, and we were all excited for that. And now it's turned to, all right, Xbox, what do you got?
Yeah.
What are we doing here? What do we got for the rest of 2022? What is this showcase going to look like?
Honest question.
Got any aces up your sleeves? Are we pulling them out? What else we got? So I think that's the big shift on this showcase and going into it. And it is a huge, giant shift. I mean, this is kind of it's almost unprecedented, man. I mean, in a way, to have to have this type of game. I mean, the only thing I think about is like Sony completely changing their entire PS4 presentation overnight after the backlash that Xbox One got, that they completely shifted everything they were going to do and came up with some genius ways of capitalizing on Xbox
and making fun of your competitor.
Yeah, exactly. So, but this, to have a game like this and two games from the same publisher, come out same day and be delayed the way it was. But Starfield just being again, we had Elden Ring. Elden Ring is, locked in as game of the year. Starfield would have been the only one, and we still didn't even know if it was going to be eligible to even have an opportunity to match it, because Breath of the Wild 2 got pushed as well. To have that type of game come out a month prior to your showcase, even though your showcase was going to be, that was the center piece of your entire showcase. Oh, it makes things interesting June 12th for sure. That's what I love about this industry.
Yeah, no, 100%. And again, it's just, it opens that conversation up, man. There's a lot to be shown, a lot to be displayed. I'm still hyped for the showcase regardless, because again, it takes one game. They can show me Black Desert 2, and I'm gonna be like, oh, well, I'm not playing any other game for the next year, 2 years. That's what happened when I played Black Desert.
Right.
That game came out in 2014. I played it for the first time. Well, I did play it on PC, but I stopped because I heard the rumors of it coming to console. It came out in 2019 or 2018-19 to console. That's the only game I played that entire year. I didn't touch any other game.
Right.
So, and that speaks, at least to me, speaks volumes. And again, there's no telling what could be shown. It's definitely going to be about what are you going to be able to do for me now? And you have to give people the reason to keep invested, because you are chasing down this service, this subscription-based service style. And we're seeing it become lackluster on the television side of things, which is why people always make that reference. Like, man, it's dying off over here. It's not doing what it's supposed to over here. But while I'm always going to say, game is completely different. And either you're going to speak with the wall and say, hey, this is a value to me, or it's not a value to me. And if I felt like I wasn't getting my value, I could easily, it's more obvious if I'm not using anything in Game Pass than it is if I'm not using anything in Netflix or anything. Because even though I might not be using Netflix, my daughters are. My wife is. Not even her. Some of my family are. I don't even think about it. It's just gone. They can raise the price all they want. I'm not thinking about it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Big Mad Mo, I'm still hyped too. Like I said, it's different for me because Starfield was my everything. So I have a different, my perspective is skewed because of how hyped I was for Starfield, because of how much I wanted to play this game this year.
Right.
Like I said, all the Halo fans finally got Halo Infinite last year. Right now, again, the whole discourse around Halo fans never going to be satisfied. All the Halo fans, whatever. But they got their big game last year. But because I'm a casual Halo fan, as we all know, it didn't do anything for me. Right? Starfield was the game that I was looking forward to and have been since Skyrim. I haven't had a Todd Howard Bethesda game, a real one. Again, Fallout 76 wasn't made by the AT. I haven't had a real one since Skyrim. Right. Yeah. So for me, Starfield is the game I've been waiting for. And like I said, as a gamer, I'm going to be more than fine. I've got plenty of games to play, right? I'm going to have
we're playing the Division 2 right now.
Right. I've got Shadowrun coming. I got the Shadowrun trilogy coming out in June. Look, I'm a happy camper. It's just nothing of the scope and magnitude of Starfield for me. So my perception is skewed, but I'm still hyped for the showcase because, again, I still think it has a chance to even beat last year's. There's just, for me, and it's not going to be for everybody, but for me, there's just a little, it's dulled a little bit the shine that was on this showcase. That's all. But no, I'm still hyped because I know, again, you're intellectually dishonest if you think Xbox is not going to have any games come out ever, right? We just know it's there. It's there. There's an avalanche of games that are going to be coming at some point. Again, the sucky part is it's just wait longer, right? But we know it's happening. So yes, I'm excited to see what else they have to show. And I know for a fact that Phil and his team are going to be working overtime if they're not already to have something. Again, it's not going to replace Starfield, but they're definitely going to have their work cut out for them, and they're going to put their best foot forward to increase that value of Game Pass without Starfield, to make sure that people are still like, yeah, I still want to get into Game Pass. So I know me as a gamer, I'm going to be rewarded for that, right? Their mistake is going to be my reward at the end of the day because they're going to work doubly hard to make sure people stay subscribed. Right? So yep, they are. So for me, again, if I was just only a AAA game player like Silverback and all I was looking for was first-party titles, then hell yeah, man, my hype would be way down. But that's not me. I like all these games for the most part, besides rhythm-based and horror. Outside of that.
You got your preferences, man. And like we spoke on a little bit earlier in that little side tangent we had, that's what it's about, man. Be confident in it. That's what makes these conversations interesting because we can come together and have that conversation. Why do you like that versus what I like? Or why do you prefer that? Or why do you think it's going that way? And really have truthful conversation. And we don't have to beat each other up about it. We can just be like, yeah, agree to disagree, but we'll see what happens. Hey, what are we going to play together?
Right.
That should be the conversation we're having. If we're not going to play together, mind your business. Because again, I'm playing Division 2, and there's no telling how long I'm going to end up playing this game again. Right. This is the third time I've jumped back in. The last time we were in it for at least 3 months, I know for sure, consistently. Yep. So there's no long. I could be in Division 2 for the next 6 months. There's really no telling, right? And that's what makes this thing so amazing.
And let's run down this list for people who are, again, following along. And again, we take side tangents here. You guys all know this. So we've been all over the place with this conversation. But this, again, that's how Steel and I roll. That's why we love this show. That's what we never wanted to be formula, like a
formulaic.
Yeah, thank you. Type show. We wanted this to be free flowing for a reason because our thoughts do go kind of everywhere. We're kind of like those creatives that just have these imaginations and they go everywhere. But let's talk about this real quick, Steel.
Okay.
The list of games that actually still have a chance coming out 2022. for the second half of this year. So despite the hit of Starfield and Redfall, let's take a look at this. So we've got Scorn, right? Motorsport, which we talked about at length. Again, that's a maybe, but we're still expecting it this year. So Scorn, Forza Motorsport, Darktide 40K, which is Warhammer, which for people that don't remember, that is the shooter, multiplayer shooter. Looks absolutely fantastic. Whether or not you're into Warhammer doesn't matter. The setting is for everybody. That looks really great. Age of Empires 4 is expected for console, the version coming out. Again, niche, but I'm hyped. I will be freaking all over that game. It's going to be amazing. Grounded will finally come out of beta. And they're going to have a big expansion announcement for that. Dust Falls, which is a narrative action game that is console exclusive to Xbox. That has been, should still be coming out this year. Somerville, which is another indie title that looks ridiculously good from one of the former creators of Inside. So if you guys remember Inside, great game. Look, Somerville is looking fantastic. Replaced another indie title that we saw last year, that Cyberpunk 2D side scroll. Looked so cool. And then Pentiment, which is Josh Sawyer's small game. Jez talked about this again on Xbox 2 yesterday. Shout out to the Xbox 2, Rand and Jez. Jez talked about it. He thinks that Pentiment could be shown and will come out this year. It's Josh Sawyer from Obsidian, his smaller title, his passion project. It's supposed to be like Disco Elysium, narrative, investigations, detective work. That's supposedly what we've heard. So again, there's a lot of good stuff. Stalker 2 still could make it. Nobody's expecting it. But part of the team did move to the Czech Republic to continue work on that game. So as of right now, December is still the placeholder for that release. Could surprise us. They could have been further along than we know of, and maybe they will get it done. Again, not expecting it, obviously, for everything that's happened over there. No expectations whatsoever, but we may still see that as well. Steel, did you have any other ones in there? I know that was the list that Colt put out.
No, I mean, again, it's always difficult for me because I don't always look so far into the future.
Yeah.
For me, there's always going to be those some other titles that get slotted in there.
Atomic Heart, maybe. That's another. That was another Russian. It's a Russian developer. They moved their studio too. We don't know how far along that was, so we don't know. That could be another possibility as well.
Yeah. Fat Boy Horror. Paul also mentioned replaced. And Big Man Mo says, y'all know we don't know everything coming either. We just have plenty of assumptions. And that's the other great thing. That's the other thing about it. Like, we don't. Like, last year, we didn't know what games were going to be announced, and we got those slew of games that ended up coming in. But for me right now, it's definitely going to be like Project Eve that we saw. There's going to be, and this is not specifically on any platform, Forspoken I want to see more of. I'm excited for this dropping this year. Gundam Evolution is coming out this year. That's supposed to be like the Overwatch style Gundam kind of game. So it's like mine aren't like specific to any console, and I don't like looking too far. That's what makes these showcases exciting to me, because I don't look that far out. I don't get excited until you show me something. Show me something. And then now I get some excitement. But even then, once you show me, I'm not thinking about it again until that game is getting ready to release. Like, sure, I could build up some hype, and there's only going to be a few that I'd have to write down a list here and really say, yeah, these are going to be the ones. But it can change depending on what type of game that comes out, what style of game that comes out. There's so many factors that get thrown into there. And again, because I am a PvP first gamer, it could take one game that is doing PvP really well and I fall in love with, and then I'm not thinking about it playing any other games or any other game that's going to release. So it's like,
I agree.
I want to see what's going to, I want to see what's going to be presented, man. The only thing that I'm missing from the showcase this year is just the competition aspect. I want Nintendo, Sony, whoever else to jump into.
Nintendo already's got all their kind of release dates.
I mean, of course. But I want them to be able to do something close in tandem with each other to offer to offer that conversation that we used to have back in the day. Oh, yo, did you see what they just released? Oh, but they got these games though. How you feel about those? They're like, I don't know. They didn't really compare to those Sony style games, man. They're doing it again. Those narrative driven. It's looking good, looking real. The combat looks crazy.
Look, the chess move though, Steel, is if Sony knows God of War is going to make the 2022 release this next week, they say something. That's the ultimate chess move, right?
Yeah.
That would be the ultimate chess move to capitalize on Starfield and say, look, guess what? God of War hitting 2022 holiday. Like J-Rock, shout out to J-Rock, said 11/11/22 would just be the biggest. Biggest FU would be amazing.
And again, I know it's easy to go back and say, oh, typically, Silverback, yeah, Division 2 is 60 frames on the Series S.
Yes.
But yeah, man, it's just there's so much potential that could be had within all this, man. That's what gets me excited. I just want the competition to be back. That's the main thing that kind of gets me depressed about, not necessarily depressed, but kind of that really kind of turns me down from this time of year, because it's not like it was back in the day, man, where you just get those back-to-back conversations. Now there's like a month in between, and we're talking about all Xbox, and then boom, a month later all PlayStation, and boom, a month later all Nintendo, and it's just like,
yeah.
I just don't like that tandem that we're currently in, that kind of news cycle that we're in right now, because it just doesn't. Again, people like to have the console war, but you don't want these people to have competition with each other for like showcases and stuff to kind of pull because mindshare is a huge thing. And again, yeah, you can just do a show whenever nowadays, and everything is digital. And I guess that's just maybe me getting older. I'm like, man, I'm reminiscing. It needs to be like it was back in the day. Maybe that's what it is. I just feel like it would just do so much more, because I miss those times. Sony does what Nintendo don't, or whatever the case. You know what I mean? There's so many different avenues that you could take it, and I miss those. But I am excited for the showcase. I'm excited for any games or any showcases that end up coming out this year, because who knows what we can get back. They can announce Unreal Tournament, and that'd be like, what if the coalition is working on Unreal Tournament right now? Gotta be like, oh shit, hey, you got me, I'm bought.
Well, you know Quake's coming at some point.
I mean,
that'll probably
Quake's
be QuakeCon, but Quake's coming too. But Unreal Tournament on top of it would be fantastic.
Unreal Tournament has the Unreal name in it. You're testing Unreal Engine 5. Oh, well, the marketing go hand in hand with each other. Well, shit. There you go, Coalition. Go try your hand at first person.
Big Bad Mo, what happened to Bright Memory Infinite? Look, last time I heard from the developer, again, small team, started out as a single developer over in China, right? We all know this. Last I heard is he said that things were going well, that the PC version and Xbox version he still planned on for 2022. Now, again, we're getting late, but we still got 7 months now. Just about. So I think we will hear an update from him. So I think that if we do hear something, it will be towards the later end of the year. But Bright Memory Infinite, the last time I heard, and he hasn't put out a lot of updates, is that everything was going well and that he still expected this year. So we could also get that in there. Splendiferous asked, Living Splitscreen, do you think in the future, Xbox should stop putting release dates on their games to avoid the shitstorm of disappointment? I'll go first, Steel, and then I'll get your thoughts on this, because I am curious what you think too. I've said this. Okay, now I've said this since last year. I think that right now, developers at this point should just add a year to whatever their internal date is, and then go to a surprise factor. Okay.
Yes, so I agree. I like that.
I think, let's say that Todd last year said, okay, 11/11/22, we're going to extend that a year. We're going to say 11/11/23, and then surprise everybody if it's ready early.
I agree with that.
I think would that make some dates look crazy? Maybe. Yes, it would. But with your big games, yeah, as we found out right now, look, AAA games are all over the place when it comes to releases and how long it takes, right? So that's personally what I would like them to see you do. If you don't, it's a double-edged sword when it comes to dates. because gamers get very upset if you don't give us a date, right? There's a crowd out there that says, why don't we have a date? This sucks. Are you telling me 2 years? Are you telling me a year? You tell me 6 months? You tell me 5 years? What are you doing?
Right.
Give me a date, right? So to not give a date at all would be terrible. Now, as far as Microsoft and Xbox, yeah, they got to be really fixing what they're doing here, right? Because they seem to have a problem with trying to put dates on things like Redfall, saying summer of this year, and now it's possibly summer next year. Like that's like a big, like that, Starfield, Todd set that date. But Redfall, I think more was Xbox marketing. But to even suggest that, bro, you can't do that. You got to be better at it. So I know we like dates, but maybe wait until you're, closer to 90% sure versus maybe, 60, 70% sure that you're going to get it done. But like I said, the way I would fix it was, hey, what's our internal goal? Okay, add a year, put that date out there, we're safe, right? And then if you hit it early, gamers would be bro. If Todd had said 11/11/23 and all of a sudden they came out, and it surprised us at the showcase and said 3/23/23, we're ready to rock and roll,
and people
internet would explode.
Yep.
Internet would explode.
And that is why I 100% agree. That is something that I have always thought to myself in the past was, why don't you like who said I got to find it again, because that's exactly my point. Jesse B, under promise and over deliver.
Yep.
To give me some fucking far out date and then give it to me earlier. I can't complain at that point. Oh shit, it was gonna come out in 2024, but it came out in 2023, and it came out the first quarter of 2023. That sense. Look where the conversation goes at that point.
And think where the surprises would come in with the showcases, because people wouldn't be expecting it, because we would be thinking it was further out and not going to be at the showcase, Steel. So then all of a sudden, all those surprises show up, right?
Oh, God. Can you imagine if that's the avenue that they started taking? Now, bro, that would fucking blow my mind, because I would never know what to anticipate. I'd be like, oh, I don't know what's gonna come in. Hey, these guys last year they did this, and then they told me the game was going to come out 2 years from now, and it came out 6 months later. I was like, oh, snap. Now, of course, that's an extreme. They would never do that. Yeah, but definitely, I 100% agree with that. If you're going to give us a date, like instead of 2022, if it was 11/11/22, say 11/11/23, boom. And then if it comes out, like you just said, Pong, 3/23/23, like I mentioned earlier, because the date just sounds great, you get nothing but good grace.
Right.
But, and only you knew the truth. That's the power of marketing.
Right. Exactly.
If you do it right. And that's the only thing that does kind of well, I am kind of disappointed with Bethesda, because I've always been told that that's where their strong suit was, in their marketing. And now it does not look good when you get acquired, and now that's changed now a little. But it's not far off.
But that's why I think, Steel, it was something that they couldn't plan for, right? It's something that came up recently, because again, you got to say their marketing with those little video docs, bro, were on point. Yeah. Like, even though they weren't showing us anything,
they were
really,
on point. They were passionate.
Man, we were getting feelings from those docs, right? Yeah. We were like, damn, these guys are confident. This is like legit. Like, they got something special over there, right? So their marketing was on point. Again, the date just missed, and I think it was more recent than they found out.
And who knows? Again, it's all going to be speculation. Nobody knows what's going to know. Nobody knows what ended up happening, why it ended up happening. Right. They could do more polishing, but I mean, again, I did bring up a good point. Are you going to say you're going to do? What is this? You said you were polishing it last year, so you're going to do another year of polishing? That's a whole lot of polish. 2 years of polish.
Yeah,
I like you got but that's why I'll have to stick to my guns and I'll down the hill. That I want to see something, some kind of gameplay, 10 to 15 minute spread of what I can anticipate, and then go from there. But Fahim Scott, I want the truth, dang it.
Hey, listen, I came up with this great idea too, Steel. I think now that the industry is this big, right, and there's so much hype around it, and the community is growing further and further. More and more people are coming into the community.
Right.
I think it'd be great that if a couple studios, like confident studios, like a Bethesda, started doing behind the scenes like Hard Knocks, NFL
I
film
love that
style
type of stuff,
during the
bro.
development of like one of the
I
big
love
AAA
that.
games, to let that out and give people a peek. Now, you wouldn't want to give away all your secrets, right?
Right.
But just to give people a peek as to actually how all of this goes down, and to see the highs and to see the lows of development, because I think then us as gamers who
I
are
like
on
it.
the
I like
outside
it.
would
Mhm.
have a better idea of what
What it
actually
takes.
does go in. Because it's always said to us, right, when we're talking about this
Oh,
stuff,
you
and
aren't
somebody gets
devs.
upset,
You're not devs.
you're not devs. Why are you guys talking like you're devs? You don't know how devs, gaming development works. Bro, that would open up the industry and give us an inside look as to actually what goes
Yes.
on, man. I
Yes.
think it would be fantastic,
I
bro.
100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Bro, if you showed the people.
Yeah, the Xbox documentary, right? The
Oh,
Xbox
I
documentary
love that
showed
doc.
us the
I love
highs
that
and
doc.
lows, and everybody
I love
loved
that
it,
doc.
bro.
I love that doc. That doc, from that doc, I want the same kind from everybody else. Give me some representation. I want to see what happened. Why did you make those decisions back in the day? Now, are certain people going to do that? No.
Hell no. Of course not. You think any Sony studio is going to let anybody in? No, of course not.
No.
But maybe,
I would love
maybe
that.
like an Insomniac would. It
I
would
would
be
love that.
interesting.
Give the people who are your enthusiasts another form of content for them to take in, and then we can definitely have more honest conversations throughout our community and say, look, did you check out such and such doc? That's how that community, like the God of War. God of War is a perfect example. We've heard over and over and over again that their game did not come together until the last final weeks of getting ready to release it. What happened? Give me a whole doc about it.
Yeah. It would just be fantastic. It would just be crazy to see it, man, happen. Like I said, again, just on the bigger AAA big games, man, that would just be so cool to see just a glimpse. Again, not everything. You're not ever going to get all the behind it, but just some of it, right? Just to see how these big studios get this stuff together and what it's like building a AAA game, right? I just think that would just be
or maybe a doc just saying, hey, because I know a lot of people say, look, COVID, it has to stop being an excuse. We got to stop saying COVID. Oh,
yes, raising Kratos was great for him.
Yeah. Raising Kratos was great. But we got to stop blaming COVID, and people had time to adjust. And but what happens if you put out a doc and say how much COVID really impacted gaming?
Right. Show what it was like trying to adjust to that. Right?
So then people may have a better understanding, because to me personally, as somebody who is familiar with tech and everything, I do understand why it may be difficult to do for that transition. Why it may be difficult for bigger studios like a 343 to get together and get things in line during this time period. I'm not going to say that it's an excuse. I'm not going to say that, that was the reason. But I would like to get at least their kind of info. Like, look, this is what impacted us. This is kind of why, kind of give you a peek behind the curtain, because honestly, you never know what happens or what goes on behind the scenes until you have experience with it. How many times I've never worked in a fast food restaurant, but I've worked in restaurants, and that gave me kind of an idea of how it might happen in fast food. But I still can't compare myself to that because I don't have that experience. I work on cars, but I would never say that I'm a mechanic. But I can understand what goes into that because I've had mechanic friends and whatnot who have been able to give me their experience and say that, yeah, that's why I can confidently say, hey guys, mechanics like to finesse y'all sometimes. How they make their money. Whether you want to hear that or not.
No.
That's in anything. People try to make money, man, and they're going to continue to. The great thing about gaming is that nobody wants their game to fail. They don't just go into a game and be like, we just want this game to be trash. We want this game to not do anything for anybody. We wanted to sell no copies. Again, that's why I always say gaming is art and should be treated as such, because people dedicate years of their lives creating these worlds. Years, dedication, creating characters that we love today. And that's what makes this thing. It
Hey,
makes it so.
Tony Gracio, thanks for the suggestion, brother. I had not heard of that. I will check that one
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna check
So,
that. Playing Hard about the making of
yep.
For Honor.
For
Watched it
Honor,
a while
yeah.
ago. Gives you that
Okay.
peak you were talking about. I'm about to see
All right.
that because there are
Yep.
some questions I have about For Honor because For Honor was another game that I really enjoyed. It is another one of those where if you don't play it consistently enough, there are some tryhards on there that they'll get into you. They'll give you the business. And they also had some early things going on as far as like connection issues and server side things that were causing a bad experience for its players. So it kind of a lot. I know the player base fell off, and they brought a lot more content in, and they got people in. Other people have jumped in and out. I know I have over the years jumped down in and out. It's just we definitely need more than that. D said the reverse transition might also be a little. Fifth Horseman, excuse me, says the reverse transition might also be a little hard getting back into the swing. Also, depending on how much you change your dev pipeline during a pandemic, resetting your flow timings. And again,
100.
the only reason I think that the whole pandemic situation has more of an impact on gaming than maybe in other things is because gaming is extremely hands-on. People looking over shoulders, making quick adjustments, going over to the next room, going up the elevator, seeing what's going on in this other, in this building. Hey, there's the art together here. And they can instantly transfer and move things around quick. When you're doing it over the internet, it's a completely different experience. And I don't care if you can download things at 2 terabytes. If you got 2 terabytes worth of speed, it still takes time. Whereas you doing it shoulder to shoulder in the studio takes a fraction of that time. So there is a difference there. So it's like, we can't completely dismiss it, but I do understand why people say that these big trillion-dollar companies, billion-dollar companies should be able to adjust to these things quicker than some other companies have. But I just don't, what I personally don't like is when people try to compare their personal work to, we adjusted just fine at work. Microsoft should have been easily able to adjust. Depending on what the apps you're developing, you're not making games. Well, there's so many other systems.
Bro, you're not.
There's so much more.
Phil even came out and talked about that, right? That they had to create and put they had to create from the ground up brand new systems to make it all work. You're talking about the heavy data transfers, like you were talking about, Steel. Right. You're talking about security for that information.
Yo, during this whole pandemic, we have not got any major leaks from Microsoft like that, other than insider knowledge.
Right.
What people are coming from.
Right. Can you imagine if like a portion of Halo Infinite had like completely leaked out, like the code and everything else?
And people have been working from home.
Yeah, correct. That's what I'm saying. So, like that security measures. Oh, that's all.
There's so much more that goes into it than people just try to be like, oh, well, my job did it, or these guys did it, or like everybody's not the same. Yeah, exactly. They work at game development, not Walmart.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's an easy example, but even if you're like a software developer, depending on what kind of apps you're developing or whatever the case may be, you're sending code over. That's not game development. That's not hundreds of millions of dollars investing into an IP. There's money on the line, big dollars, not little boy money. So yeah, it might be a little bit more difficult, but we don't know. So it's like, that's why it's hard for me just to continue. It's like, I hate when people brush it off because like, yeah, I understand, but at the same time, you can't brush it off. But what do you have to compare it to? Yeah, you can say, oh, well, Sony put out these games and they had a pandemic. You don't know how far in development they were. And Sony does really well with not telling you shit until they're ready. Ratchet and Clank could have been ready to go for 2 years. And all they had to do was polish. That's why the game came out looking as good as it did. Playing as smooth as it did. As people have clamored and said amazing things about. Like, I don't know. Like, does 2 and 2 not equal 4 all the time? Or does it sometimes you wake up on one day and then 2 plus 2 is fish? Like,
Out of all the things, fish.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, fish. Because that's how crazy these conversations go sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
I don't get it. But maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just an internal thing. Again, maybe it's just because I care about the industry that way. And I want to know about the bigger picture. I want to know what happened behind the scenes, and I want to have the bigger conversations and talk about why we have differing opinions, or why we have the same opinions, or why you like that, or why you like these single player games, why I like multiplayer games, why I think the digital era, why me and Pong tell you we're in the golden age of gaming, why I think we're in the greatest age of all time with the age of accessibility. Maybe that's just me. At the end of the day, me and Pong just want to be plugged into a system, completely, sort of online style, with juices, with tools in our bodies. Like, I'm just completely in the VR world now.
Matrix
style. You know what I'm saying? maybe that's just what it is. But I'm also the same guy to be like, look, the military right now could come out. Our military could come out right now, or any military, honestly. Japan could come out tomorrow and be like, look, we got Gundam style mechs coming tomorrow. I'd be like, hey, babe, I'm moving to Japan. I gotta go fight. I gotta go fight for Japan. I gotta become a mech pilot.
Oh. The funny part is I can honestly see that happening too.
I'm not
be
playing.
first in line. Steel would be in the weight room every day, be getting like, look, I'm gonna be ready. We're going.
I will give my life to the cause. I am telling you, I will become the cyborg we need to save our world. I'm telling you.
Oh God.
They'll be like, yo, Steel, we got this brand new Gundam mech, man. You can control it. You go to outer space, you can fight people. I'm telling you, you're gonna hear legends about me. I'm not playing. I was the guy back in the day before I became obsessed with Iron Man, where I wanted a Mega Man suit. I thought that shit was dope as hell. I want a Buster arm. I want an arm that conforms into whatever I needed to. Pull out a big ass laser whenever I want. Do.
Why do I not think this would not go the way you think it would?
No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. It really would.
Be over the news as the first mech crashing and burning into the ocean.
No, it wouldn't crash and burn. It'd probably be like, Steel goes rogue.
Steel destroys half the city.
Yeah, exactly. Testing out Japan, the United States testing out a new mechanical machine destroys the entire New York.
Yeah.
Like, hey man, shit. Now I'm on the run. Now I'm rogue.
Jesus.
Fahim says, I still think I'm gonna walk in Japan and see Metal Gear Ray rising out of the ocean. I'm telling you, bro, Godzilla's gonna come out of the water and y'all gonna be in for a rude ride. I'm telling you, you're gonna wish that I was in a mech helping you defend your country. I'm telling you.
Oh, brother.
Oh,
okay.
shit, I love it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into almost 4 hours. We only covered a couple topics, a few topics, if any.
Well, that whole last topic was a mixture of a lot of different things. All right, so that's what we do here, right?
It definitely was.
The timestamps are going to look funny. It goes from like 154 to 4, right, of one topic, because there were so many things in there that I ain't breaking it up.
Yeah, I feel you. Oh shit! Hopefully you guys have enjoyed so far this episode of Living Splitscreen, episode 56. Thank you everybody who is still currently here with us. But with that being said, this is going to be about time. We're about 4 hours in. I do got some time that I got to spend with the wife today and get some things done around the house and get some things situated. Again, real life always matters too. I got to take care of your loved ones and everything, man. We live in a crazy time. Gaming is great, but family is even better. And that's gaming could go away, but family is forever. You know what I mean? So definitely something to keep in mind. I know not everybody's the same, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed. Definitely hit that like button, hit the bell notification so you know we go live every Saturday. And if you don't, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Audio listeners, look, again, greatly appreciate you all for continuously joining in. We're slowly growing on the audio side. I definitely want to see more growth there. But if you are listening on the audio, whether it's Spotify, Google, iTunes, Apple Podcasts, whatever, Anchor FM, whatever it is, please Give us a 5-star rating if you can. If not, let us know why you think we're average, if it's any less or whatever the case, so we can continuously improve, man. Again, me and Pong's DMs are always open. If you guys got suggestions, please let us know. Again, I'm always going to shout out to Matt Barnes, because he was one of the number one proponents that was like, yo, Living Splitscreen, your video's a little off, man, and it kind of takes me out of the live stream a bit. You know, the mouth movement and everything is off, and we made some adjustments, and now you get what you have today. So hopefully everything is moving smoothly for you. But this is the point in the episode where we do get into the golden age of gaming, and that is the make me feel old section, or the this day in gaming section, as I like to call it.
I like how make me feel old is the front. Like you say that first now, and then you actually do the title.
I got you. But like Pong says, make me feel old section. I call it the this day in gaming section, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. And again, when you look into the past, you pull out those old memories, and you look at the type of games that you're playing today, it is absolutely dumbfounding. Even for somebody like me, who I was born in the 90s. I grew up with Sonic. See what that 2D platformers have gone to these 3D games that we get today. And to me, to get a game like the Division 2, where years after release, due to a resolution boost and a frame boost, that the game is looking greater than it's ever have, and the fidelity that is in these titles and the more detail that we're getting in them, I think there's so much to be seen, and so much to to look out for, man. And the future is only going to be even brighter, and it gets me so excited. But let's get into these this day in gaming section. Let's break it down for you guys, man. Tony Grasso, shout out to you, man. Hey, much love. We love you guys. Thank you. Always a big part of my Saturdays. Pong Steel and Living Splitscreen. Again, nothing but love, man. Again, this could always just be me and Pong chopping it up in a party. We wanted to do something to really bring it to the people, because we felt like we offered something a little bit different. Maybe some of you don't like the off-the-cuff style. Maybe you do, and you enjoy the little banter that we have back and forth. There's one thing that I can always say is that there's no better energy than right here on a Saturday when I get off this podcast and I just feel like I took 3 shots of 5-hour energy to get through the rest of my day, man. And I mean that wholeheartedly. So let's get into it, man. Let's get into this day in gaming. All right, I'm gonna have to come up with some music or something for these sections, man. I'm telling you.
Good.
I think that would take it to the next level. All right, so this time in this day in gaming section, we're starting off in 1996, man. 96. What are you doing in 96, Pong? You having a good time?
96, huh? Yep, I was of drinking age at that point, 21 years old. So I was rocking and rolling, man. I was having a really good time.
96 was definitely a good time. I was
yeah, we were drunk gaming for sure.
There you go. So we're starting off with the Super Nintendo in 96, with Fire Emblem Saizen no Keifu in Japan.
Fire Emblem's good in my book. One of the Nintendo franchises I miss for sure.
Facts. Then we move into 1998 on the PlayStation, and look, man, what other better fighting IP can you find than Guilty Gear, that was released on the OG PlayStation in Japan? But man,
the animation is so beautiful, man.
Yo, if you guys haven't played Guilty Gear Strive and you like Guilty Gear games, you got a PlayStation or a PC. Hopefully at some point it does come to Xbox also, because again, I think it's unfair to the fighting genre that we're trying to fight for exclusivity in something that isn't as impactful as it used to be, which is damn sure a shame to me, because fighting games was like my #1 thing back in the day. Especially I want to see it on more platforms, but definitely check out Guilty Gear Strive if you haven't had a chance. Then we move into 2001. PlayStation released Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX. Yeah, shout out to Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX.
Shout out to BMX, man. Back in the day when it was, I mean, it's still big, but it's just not what it was back then. So as far as mainstream goes, BMX.
That is crazy.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it was. Then 2002, Game Boy Advance released Dragon Ball Z: The Legacy of Goku. Again, Game Boy Advance wasn't for me. I checked out a Game Boy after the SP. So I think the SP and Game Boy Advance were actually the same size cartridges fit into each device. So I think they were still supported. I think Nintendo was doing their thing with that for a while, actually.
They were.
They were taking super advantage of that. But Dragon Ball Z: Legacy of Goku, I do feel like I put some time into that. I think that was actually a pretty good game back then. All right. You said, yo, that Star Wars game is the best RTS game. You must be one down the way. Oh, I see it. Yep. And then the other Game Boy Advance game, Spy Hunter. Not familiar with that.
Spy Hunter back in the day on the arcade.
Okay.
Bro. Spy Hunter, you don't remember pulling out the car on the truck?
I do remember the arcade version. I was like, Game Boy Advance, it doesn't sound familiar. As soon as you said arcade, I was like, okay, that's why, because it sounds familiar, but I was like, Game Boy Advance. I was like, I don't know about that. But yeah, now that you said arcade, no, that definitely brings some of those memories. Then, kind of like what Jasper mentioned, PC released Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds Clone Campaign. Got the Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds.
Please, Xbox, Phil, listen to me. I know you like RTSs, brother. I know you do. Please get a new Star Wars RTS going, please, and bring it to console.
100%. 100%. 2003, bro. Let me tell you something. Look, if there's a Matrix game that we need a complete remake of, in today's is PlayStation 2 Enter the Matrix. You want to talk about a fucking fantastic game? Yeah. I can't speak enough of graces about this game. This is actually one of those games I actually want to get the case for, so I can mount it up on my wall. I want to get a wall of like different game cases that I love, games that I've just loved over the years. That's definitely going to be one of those, man. Enter the Matrix, fucking fantastic game. That was
shame we don't have a new Matrix game. Man.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that game came out on all platforms too. Because if I'm not mistaken, my pops had the.
Is that on Xbox?
I think it was, because I believe when my father had the modded OG Xbox, that was one of the games that we had on there, and that was part of the reason I ended up playing it.
It did come out. It did come out. On Xbox.
Okay, maybe I'm confusing it with the Path of Neo, but I know
Path of Neo was a separate one. Yeah,
it was separate.
But Enter the Matrix was on Xbox. Yes.
I know I've played both. I know that for sure. Either way, both games are great. If you haven't checked out Enter the Matrix, you're into playing older games, check it out. If not, it hasn't aged very well. So there's that. But PlayStation 2, Enter the Matrix, 2003. Then in 2008, PC released Fate: Undiscovered Realms. Not familiar with that, but all right. Then in 2009, PSP released Bleach: Keep the Soul 6 in Japan. And Bleach. I want a more modern day Bleach, more of like an RPG style kind of game. I think that would be really dope to see.
Watch a season or two of Bleach. It's good anime.
I fucking love it. PC released also in 2009 Killing Floor.
Killing Floor 2 is such an underrated game, bro. I had so much fun with that on PlayStation 4. It's just, bro, it's so good. Tripwire Interactive is the ones who did it. Just so underrated as far as I wish it would have taken off and it had a bigger audience, but Killing Floor was such a great game to play. Right. It was just a blast, man. This quick, fun shooter. That's all it is. Multiplayer, just awesome. PvE, really good stuff.
Right. Then on 2010, Xbox 360 released Alan Wake. After that, they're also making a TV show apparently now.
They are a TV show in production. Again, IP that can go across all entertainment forms is highly valuable right now. And Remedy is going to take full advantage of that with Alan Wake because it does deserve a movie, TV show, whatever. Good. Alan Wake is fantastic.
Definitely good. 2013, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Metro Last Light. Shout out to them, man.
Amazing.
Metro's are good games. I haven't genuinely been able to jump into them. Again, I just haven't had time to jump into it.
Series consoles, amazing. Bro.
I'm out to see what's good with that at some point. 2014, Android released Monument Valley.
Nope.
Okay.
Got him.
Then in 2015, PC released Axiom Verge.
Axiom Verge got a lot of fans out there. Very good game. I played around with it.
Okay.
It's platformer 2D style, but
Okay.
a lot of people absolutely love Axiom Verge. So it's really high quality. I'll give it that for sure. I'm just not into platformer shooters anymore as much as I used to be. So
then on 2019,
it's Metroidvania style. I should put
okay,
it in there.
gotcha.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yep.
Then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released A Plague Tale: Innocence. A Plague Tale
Beautiful game.
is also in Game Pass if you guys have not played it on the Xbox side of things.
Beautiful game.
Definitely check it out either way. I've heard nothing about great things, but great things about that game. Had multiple chances to boot it up, install it, boot it up and play it. I just haven't. Again, other games to play and the other ones take my time. Xbox One, they released Bloodstained: A Ritual of the Night in Japan. That's actually surprising to see an Xbox One release in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that in a minute, feel like. PlayStation 4 and Xbox One released Rage 2. Again, another game that got looked over. I haven't put my time in either first Rage or Rage 2. Typically not my style, but I've heard some good things about it. And
it's better than it was. It was better than what
it was
people
marketed.
Said, but was it? It's one of those games that you play for a while and then all of a sudden you lose interest in. It can be that game. So, but it is much better than people gave it credit for, especially on the Series console now. It plays really well.
Yeah, so, that is something that I've heard a lot of.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, and then 2019, Nintendo Switch released Redout. I believe that's that Wipeout style game, if I'm not mistaken. Except they don't have guns. I might be thinking about a different game. Maybe it's called Redline. No, I think it's called Redout. Either way, I think that's the same game that I'm thinking of. Let me pull it up. Let me see what comes up.
That's by 505 Games.
Yeah, Redout. It's the Next Generation Racing is here. It's like Wipeout.
Wipeout. Yeah.
It's like Wipeout, except it doesn't have like the combat in it. It's just pure racing. It's a pretty cool game, man. I downloaded it on I believe it was Xbox. I think I got it on Xbox. It was cheap at the time. Me and my brother were having some good times with it. Now, again, it doesn't fit that Wipeout feel that I used to get back in the day, and I've had yet a game kind of fill that void for me. Because Wipeout was my shit back in the day. Like, there was nothing compared to Wipeout. I think I tried to get into the Wipeout HD when I had my PlayStation 4, and it didn't click for me, man. Maybe it just didn't age as well as I remember. Maybe it just didn't feel as great as I remember. Again, that is a double-edged sword when you go back to games, because you can remember them a little bit differently than they actually end up presenting themselves. So maybe that has an effect on that. But I do want a game to fit in that Wipeout void that I am missing. The same way I want a game to kind of fit that Star Fox feel that I kind of miss, man. So, but definitely check it out if you're into that. Then in 2021, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One got the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Again, I cannot speak on this enough. If you have not invested in it, you can get it through Game Pass, I believe, with the EA. Through EA.
EA Play. It's there.
Download it, man. I can't say enough. As a game that I played for the first time last year, all three, Mass Effect 2 is one of the. It's definitely in my top 5 games of all time, 100%. I don't even know if I can move it out. But I honestly would put the whole Mass Effect IP probably in that discussion, because I like to try to look at, when I look at my top 5, honestly, it's going to be more of like a top 10, but I'll put it even in my top 5. I try to put it more IP focused than just specific game focused, right? Because I feel like just giving one specific game doesn't do enough justice, and games grow, man. So then Nintendo Switch released in 2021 Quantum Replica. I don't know what that is, but then Nintendo Switch also released Subnautica, which I heard was a pretty decent game.
Yeah, it's
not my style, but I've heard that people have had some good time with it. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that was episode 56 of your Living Split Screen Morning Show. Again, 4 hours, almost 4 hours of content, give it to you live, raw, and uncut, authentic, passion that me and Pong bring you on a week-to-week basis. Again, do want to thank you all for joining us on this ride going into episode 56, continuing that roll into season 2, moving forward again on mission 1K, hopefully 2K by the end of the year. Big ambitions, big goals, but hopefully we could definitely hit that. And again, man, Pong, definitely appreciate you having you here. Chat, definitely appreciate you. You guys having those open conversations. I know, again, people say it all the time. Man, my chat's the greatest. But you guys always have open conversations. We get new people that roll in. Shout out to you again, Silverback. Hopefully you enjoyed your time, man. Hopefully we gave you some content that may be a little bit different from what you typically are used to give you some varying opinions, something to keep you interested, man. Hopefully we got you through part of your Saturday. If not, look, man, completely understand. Let us know what we can work on in the background, and that's what it's about, growth. Again, I 100% believe that in the community, we should be helping each other grow, not tearing each other down. Support the people that you believe in. I wholeheartedly believe in that. I may not see everything all the time, but if you're retweeting, if you're liking it, I'm going to do the same, especially if I support you. Keep that in mind. Me and Pong can't be in chat all the time like we used to be. Again, real life always going to take over. But we can guarantee you we're always going to try to get here. If anything tells you, we've been here 56 episodes and we've only missed 1 week of Living Splitscreen. Well, other than for holiday, but of course,
holiday.
I don't consider that. I don't consider that. It's holiday, man. Family's always going to come first because that's what we say here. But we've 56 episodes. We've only missed 1 due to personal reasons, and even then, we still pushed it through, and we came right back to y'all that next week, man. And we'll always come through with additional content whenever we can. And then we'll go from there. Hopefully one day we'll build a conglomerate that we can kind of sit back, build this ecosystem that's constantly supporting each other, and me and Pong can sit back and just constantly bring you content all throughout the week, man. I think that would be an amazing thing. Maybe even start to have a network together that's bringing you content all throughout the week, teamed up with different people that we support and that have faith in us. And, I think that would be such a beautiful thing to begin, man. And there's so much potential for that out here. Again, 3 billion gamers. We're not even touching 500 million of those on a generation basis, right? It takes 10 years to even try to reach those numbers, and we're trying to get into those, break into that Billy quicker and hopefully a lot sooner than potentially anticipated. So with that, you can find me, Steel Rain I. The T is a 7. Again, like I said in the beginning of the show, if it has a search bar, type it in, man. You're gonna find me. It's Twitter, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, Epic, whatever it is. If it has a search bar, type it in, you will find me. And if you can't, let me know on Twitter, hit me up. Same thing on YouTube, hit me up in a comment, whatever the case. Hit me up under the video. Still, I can't find you, you suck. I'm like, damn, if you body me in PvP, you saw me. Hey, Still, you're trash. I'm saying, hey man, maybe. I had an off day. That shit happens, man. I don't play. I can't live in these worlds like I used to. I can't play Halo every day like I used to, man. I just don't have the time. There's other games that I do want to play because, yeah, I'm in the community, man. So I want to be able to, jump into the discussions and whatnot. So, but with that, again, definitely catch me gaming if you'd like. Hit me up in the DMs. We can chop it up, whether it's real life, gaming, whatever the case. Definitely know that. Or if it's business, again, still Rain I. The T is a 7. Let's do work, man. Hey, much love to the community. Much love to everybody who's joining us today. And Pong, it's nothing but love to you, brother. But I gotta pass it off to you. So you, as the uncanny gentleman self, as I call the X-Man himself, lead the people to victory, man. Let them know where they can find you, man.
Of course, brother. Hey, I gotta ask you though, Steel, in this Division 2 last night we were playing, right? Who was doing the most damage last night?
You were definitely doing the most damage, but
let me tell you. No, that's it. Cut it.
We're not gonna tell what side of the story.
I gotta take my victories where I can. Hey, that's right, folks. Hey, I was number 1.
Hey, Paul, who had the most revives? Who had the most revives, Paul? Who kept you engaged in the fight, Paul?
You're a great medic. Hey, I'll give you that, right? Who was doing the most damage? That's right, this guy. I gotta take my wins where I can because I never get them.
Hey, Paul, how many levels are you over me, Paul? How many levels
Levels
are you
don't
over?
matter in Division 2. It's all about gear.
You were only 20 million more damage. Oh, we teasing each other. We gotta focus on it, man.
Shit, I had to get that out of the way.
I knew you were. That shit's funny.
I know. And hey, Andrew Cullinane, I'm sorry we could not get you through all of your yard work. That's where I'm headed next, sir. So I feel your pain. I've got yard work to do. Spring is here.
Yeah.
Man, we're back at it. But I do kind of find it relaxing, but I'd much rather be sitting down and gaming, that's for sure. But I'm going to be out in the sun touching grass for real. Okay. That's what I'm going to be doing today. So no, this was an awesome show. Thank you all for being here. Again, free flowing show. We were all over the place. I hope you all enjoyed it. Again, like Steel said, to the new faces out there, maybe some of you are even lurking or listening to us in the future on audio platforms, like seeing Silverback in here. Look, we love seeing that. That means we're starting
100%.
to expand out, man. We want to grow this community, right? And we love seeing the new faces. And and again, Silverback, appreciate you coming in with a different perspective. I hope that we answered some of your perspective and we had a good open dialogue there. That's what it's all about here. Again, Steel and I are about that, but we do appreciate everybody, whether you're a regular, whether you've been here since day one, or whether you're brand new. We appreciate every single one of you all the same.
Right.
It's all love, all respect, because again, we are nothing without all of you. We are just Pong and Steel chatting it up as buddies about gaming. That's it. Right. But we'd rather talk to a wider audience. That's for damn sure. So thank you all for being here each and every week. And look,
real quick, Pong, if I can.
Yeah.
Andrew, just to answer your question, he says, when can we start the super chat? Fortunately, unfortunately, I guess depends on how you want to look at it. We do have to get to 1K for super chats to be enabled. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the more you're able to share us out, the more we are able to spread our wings and reach those other avenues. Again, I know we only do one show a week. I am working on some things in the background. Hopefully as some time opens up or whatever the case, although I am going to have to put my head down here a little bit so I can just get some grinding in. Because again, summer, man, I gotta be ready. I'm not gonna have a lot of time to really jump into a lot of the E3 talks or whatever. So you're gonna get a lot of my opinions on the Saturdays. But man, I know we only do one show, but yeah, if y'all can help us get to mission 1K. That's definitely going to unlock that super chat function. We'll definitely work on definitely broadening that out also, because again, any support that you give us, we're going to pour right back into the community, man, or right back into the show, because we definitely want to grow, man. We want to be able to cut deals. I want to be able to get on, my biggest ambition for the show is to get on something like a Sirius XM to people, so people can listen to us across the world. You know what I mean? No matter what, for those who are invested. Or to even just blow a little bit more on the other podcast services or whatever the case, or even just, again, the biggest thing for us, I think, would be to be at some point to be involved in a network that not just believes in us, but believes in the community, believes in the industry, and that we can have open conversations in. I don't ever want to be part of something that's not going to allow us to be able to do. And that's the major thing. So, and we're not going to just sit here and just do it for the money. Right? It's hard to have genuine conversations, but I'll be honest and also say, hey man, you want to pay me a 6-figure salary so I can talk about certain things? I'm not gonna, hey, bro, we might jazz a little something up, but would never come off of what our opinions are. That can't be bought, because genuine conversation there's nothing better than that, man. And being able to have a community that knows you're speaking from the heart, I think it's more special than anything else.
100% agree, Steel. No problem. No, 100% agree. Again, anything you guys can do to help us get to 1K, we appreciate it. Again, we're not trying to buy, beg, or anything like that. We are just simply here trying to find people who enjoy what we do each and every week. Once a week on Saturdays, like Steel says, for the time being, it is what it is. But we are here every Saturday. We try to be consistent in that no matter what. And we've done I think personally an excellent job at being that. So please help us out any way, shape, or form you can in that aspect. But we love all of you again for just being here and joining in no matter what, whether we hit 1K or whether we don't. It does not matter. Steel and I are coming back because this is what we love to do. So I hope you guys understand that. Again, don't think you can go 4 hours every Saturday without being 100% genuine. Okay. That's all I'm going to say about that. Our conversations obviously are unplanned and real, and that's why we do this. Right. So again, Thank you all for being here. Look, Pong Soul Xbox, Pong Soul Twitter. You guys know the drill by now. Tonight, the Shop podcast with PTK Blam. Please go check out PTK Blam's channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. My brother from another, Fuzzy Belvedere, who's in here. Look, he's going to be there. Of course, Blam's going to be there. I will be there. And tonight we got Silent Cypher, otherwise known as Brian, on the show. He is over on Xbox International with Crazy Louie and the gang over there, Sour Blow Gaming. Look, it's going to be a fun time tonight. We got a lot to talk about. It's going to be great to hear other people's opinions about what's going on. So please join us, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Xbox Factor podcast on Tuesdays. Listen up. Again, I'm not always going to be there week to week now. So it is what it is. Again, real life being what it is. I'm locked and loaded at work. It's just got to be that way, but I will try to make it at least once a month there. But you got to go check out Mr. Boomstick. Double Barrel Gaming is the place to be. The man's one of the best in the community. Mav is there when he can be. Boxenberger's there when he can be. VJ, N64 Josh. Look, you're going to get all good things green. And if we're not there, usually Boom's pulling in other people. Steel has been showing up on Tuesdays over there as well. It's a great time. So please check out Xbox Factor on Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thursday nights, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM over on Fun Speculations channel. You like this two-man thing we got going on? Be there on Thursday nights. We do have guests from time to time there. We had Randall Thor and Steele on a couple weeks ago, which was amazing show. Look, just join us on Thursday nights. You never know what's going to happen, but we're having a good time over there. Again, kind of the same format. We're going to deep dive 1, 2, maybe 3 topics, but Mav and I bounce off each other. Something comes up in the chat. We're going to talk about it. Look, that's how we do it. We love it. So join us there, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time over on Fun Speculations channel. Friday nights, again, back on Fun Speculations channel. Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Last night got absolutely freaking insane. Look, if you want to know what Xbox Ultimate is about, go check out last night's episode. We had 9 people on panel. And then Caitlin decided to show up. Shout out to Caitlin, who was also in the chat. Love ya. Again, she's Fun Speculations better half. She does all the thumbnails, all the graphic work over there, overlays. Look, she's amazing. But she showed up towards the end of the show with this Craig filter. Yes, I'm talking about Halo Infinite Craig. And man, it went left. And we were dying. We were crying, laughing. So go check out Xbox Ultimate for sure. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time on Friday nights. And of course, I will be back here next week. As always, God willing, life willing, I will be here for Living Splitscreen. We are in season 2, mission 1K in full effect. Can't wait to talk to you all next week because this industry is the hottest in the world right now. You never know what's going to come out this week. Look, this week was cloudy, right? We got some storms that rolled on through. Not the news we wanted to hear in a lot of ways, but it happens. But that still keeps things interesting. It's still a discussion to be had. That's why Steele and I are so passionate about what's going on here. So it is the golden age of gaming. Remember that. Live it as a gamer. Enjoy this time. You never know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen next generation. Right now, though, is the best time ever to be a gamer. That you can bank on. So enjoy it. Look, play what you love what you play. Get out. Enjoy your weekend. And guess what? I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here. Love y'all.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, I want to thank you for joining us again on episode 56 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. Look out for us for episode 57. And who knows what kind of news we're going to end up getting this week. Hey, they say you lead off the week with bad news, so hopefully lead into the new week with good news. The only thing is, this time around, it didn't come on a Friday, and we haven't got any more bad news. So who knows what we'll end up finding out next week. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, y'all have an amazing weekend. Stay safe. Stay godly. Look, man, y'all just treat each other right, man. Much love. Stay easy.